theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it, slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we rarely frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the clout.
They don't die like us.
Hey there, it's JulieBDeepDives, and I'm here with Karl. We're going to be breaking down Stranger Things Volume 2 episodes, or chapters 6 and 7. So we're going to be wrapping it up, in other words. We're going to be covering both episodes, which I think we can combine into one. I've done a separate live on every other episode of this season, but I don't think it's necessary this time. We don't have much time until the series finale drops on New Year's Eve. So, since episode 7 is mostly setup, exposition, and let's be honest, some arguably, possibly unnecessary side filler character drama, I think we can cover it all in one without taking up too much time. So we're going to be doing both episode 6, which is Escape from Camazotz, and episode 7, The Bridge. So before we get started, I wanted to remind everybody we are going to be covering Fallout also. And I realize, we're a little bit late to the party, but we're going to be covering Fallout. I might squeeze in a live for that tomorrow night if I'm feeling up to it, because we need to do one on episodes 1 and 2, and I'm not planning on doing a live on New Year's Eve. And then we have episode 3 of Fallout dropping between New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. So we'll see. I don't know if we're going to manage to get a Fallout live in before episode 3. We may have to just catch up on episodes 1 through 3 after the fact, because a nasty cold snap has hit this area, along with a blizzard, and it's really made my pain ratchet up again. So I don't know if I can do a third live stream in a row tomorrow. That would be the third day in a row if I do it, because we did one last night, we got tonight, and then we'll see. But once Stranger Things is done, and we do our last Pluribus live, most likely on New Year's Day, then it's going to be all Fallout and all From, because we'll be getting back to From Academy. And of course, we'll also get back to Story Time with Doug, book club lives. So things will be a lot easier to keep up with. We'll have those things going on in January. And the only new show that I think we're going to cover is Fallout. I haven't heard of any other new show coming out that looks interesting enough, or looks like it's up my alley.
Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
What is that?
That's the Game of Thrones one.
That's coming in January? Oh, I forgot. Oh, the Dunkin' Egg show.
I still have to convince you to try and cover it.
Oh God. Given the fact that I'm covering another show on top of it, that's going to be a hard sell. Because I've never seen Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon. But Karl is not the first person who has wanted me to cover this show. Others have advised me I should do it in the past, and the show keeps getting delayed. I know there's a lot of anticipation around it. I'm sure it's going to be popular. Any Game of Thrones spinoff is bound to be popular, but I've never seen any of those shows. I'm not into them. So, I don't know how much I could really add to the conversation on a spinoff that, a spinoff to a series I've never watched. I'm not clueless about it. I am aware of a lot of the major plot points that happened in Game of Thrones, the general subject matter, and, I know a lot about it just because it was a cultural phenomenon. And there was a time when I used to watch clips on YouTube because it was like a morbid curiosity for me. I was like, what is this, torture corn? I can't say the actual word. But it's like people were, do people get off on watching this horrible torture and mayhem and just brutality that happens on that show all the time? I know that's not what people are watching it for. I mean, at least not the sane people in the fan base. But for me, I was just like, what is happening here? It had some train wreck value for me. So I would watch clips of it on YouTube when the show was really popular. And now, so that's my only knowledge base on Game of Thrones. It's just that and secondhand information I've heard from people over the years. So I don't know. We'll see. It's not 100% out of the realm of possibility that it could cover that spinoff, but it would take some convincing. I'm exhausted from covering multiple shows at once. We've been doing this for too long. I mean, Welcome to Derry overlapped with Pluribus, then Pluribus overlapped with Stranger Things and Welcome to Derry. I had to drop Welcome to Derry, and now Fallout is overlapping with Stranger Things and the end of our Pluribus coverage, and it's just too much. So I don't know. We'll see. That's the best I can say on that front. But I know it's a really popular show, and you never know. Let's see. Now, while I'm doing this, I'm trying to find the rest of my images for these episodes. Hey there, Doc. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope everyone is doing well tonight. Hey there, Amy. Fromaholic Fletch just came to drop that like. Hope everything's going well. Thanks so much, Fletch. Truly appreciate it. And yes, it would be very helpful if you could hit the like button. Anyone who happens to be listening, it helps people find the stream. I know I'm a broken record on that, but I'll keep saying it in case anyone hasn't heard it before, how important it is to hit the like button. And even if you've heard it before, it's easy to forget. I forget all the time when I'm watching lives. So please hit the like. Please make sure you're subscribed. Just in case by some chance you're listening and you're not subscribed, because I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers eventually, and so that would be much appreciated. And leave a comment in the regular comment section if you feel like it later. That would be awesome. Yeah, so Daryl said episode 7, aka the most review bombed episode. Yeah, it's now officially the most low rated episode in Stranger Things history, but it's not essentially, it's not completely fair. I think review bombing, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of times people use bots and stuff, so I don't know if it's all real people who are trashing the show. I know on Rotten Tomatoes, sometimes people unleash bots and crash the ratings on that, and that plummeted as well. The reviews overall for Stranger Things season 5, for the audience score, have plummeted to 59%, which is pretty bad. So it's too bad. Yeah, it's too bad, because like, I mean, I don't think it deserves a 59% score. I don't think it's that bad. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's pretty rough. Episode 7, but it's definitely not like atrocious. I think on IMDb, the last I saw it was at 5.6. So, could be worse. But I still think 5.6 is a little harsh. I'd put it maybe more in like the 7 range. Maybe that's being too charitable. I don't know. Maybe 6.5. But there are reasons why episode 7 is being trashed. I mean, and there are a lot of valid reasons. I'm gonna get into some of those reasons, and some of it I agree with. There are also some nasty homophobes out there who are attacking it because of Will and the coming out scene. Now, there are valid reasons for not liking it, and I'll go over that. There are absolutely valid reasons for not liking it, but there are also homophobic reasons for not liking it too. So there's a mixed bag when it comes to that. So, but yeah. Okay, so I got my photos uploading. This should only take a few minutes, and I can go back through the rest of these comments now. Thanks, Daryl. I appreciate it. I woke up feeling a lot more pain today, and it's got to be the weather. It's the cold, I think. Even if you stay in from the cold, you can't hide. You can't hide from it when you have health problems. When you have pain problems, it still finds you. It gets into you anyway, even if you stay indoors. And thank you, Fletch, for the well wishes too. Appreciate it. Did I just hear From? Yes, you did. We're going to be covering From again in January. We're going to be doing From Academy with Doc on Friday nights again at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. And as soon as we get a teaser for From, we will start doing lives for that again. We'll start doing like theory crafting lives. As soon as we get a teaser, immediately I will drop whatever we're doing. I don't care what it is. And we'll do a live that night. So you can count on that. And that'll be in addition to the From Academy lives that we do. We'll start doing regular From theory crafting lives on the first teaser, and then the trailer when we get that too. From trailer most likely comes out in late January at the earliest, and in early mid-February at the latest. Okay, thanks for that, Daryl. Hopefully we get it in late January. We could use the pick-me-up as a fandom, I think. It's been a long time. It's been a long wait. So there's just not much to talk about when it comes to From anymore. We've exhausted that conversation, I think, and we need new stuff to talk about. We really do. We're also going to get back to our From rewatch. We stopped in the middle of season 2 last spring. So since Scarlett and I already went through it with a fine-toothed comb, season 1 and the first half of season 2, I think I'm just going to refer people to check out those replays if you weren't there when we did it, and we'll pick up where we left off in the middle of season 2. And in the Discord, of course, we'll do a full rewatch with watch parties. But in terms of live streams, we'll just start with the middle of season 2 and we'll go through the end of season 3. We'll do that later, like maybe in February or so. Fletch said you should watch House of the Dragon first because Duncan Egg is between House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones timelines. Okay, thanks for that tip, Fletch. That should be doable, I think. I don't think House of the Dragon is that long. How many seasons is that?
2.
2 seasons. Okay. Hey, Just Me. Nice to see you. Okay, good to know, Daryl. Karl told me this too, that I can still watch and get something out of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, even if I haven't seen Game of Thrones. Okay, good to know. But okay, I will take that into consideration though. Maybe just watch House of the Dragon first, like Fletch says here. Hey, Shadow Skull, nice to see you. Hope you're feeling well tonight. You dropped Welcome to Derry, time to float. I had to, Fletch, something had to give. I didn't want to, but it was a matter of covering that, continuing to cover that or cover Pluribus, and I had to pick one. I tried to do both, but I've been in a pain flare for months that's been really debilitating, so I just couldn't keep up. We wound up weeks behind on Welcome to Derry once we picked up Pluribus, so I had to drop it because I felt like Pluribus is a superior show, in my opinion, and that's coming from somebody who had waited over a year with anticipation for Welcome to Derry. I was dying for that show. I love the It movies, but I wasn't that impressed with the way the show was written. It just kind of let me down, to be honest. It was not a bad show at all. Honestly, it was a lot stronger than Stranger Things season 5 in a lot of ways, but it had some weaknesses that just frustrated me. So when it came down to it, I had to go with Pluribus instead. Welcome to Derry season 2 is already being written, apparently. Oh, HBO posted some pics of the writer's room. Cool, I didn't know that. I'm really glad that it's coming back for another season because I do like the show. I'm glad that it got picked up. Scarlett said, asking to watch Game of Thrones, then House of the Dragon, then Duncan Egg is a major ask. That is days of one's life. Yeah, that is a major ask for sure. And eventually I'm going to watch Game of Thrones. I haven't had time recently, but I am going to watch it. It's just going to take more time than I have before that new spinoff comes out. Hey there, JT Moore. New year means new season of From. Hell, yes, it does. And hopefully just a few months from now, we will get season 4 of From. Really exciting. I can't wait. I think it's going to just give me some new energy for this channel work. I built this channel on From. I did nothing but From for the first few months. I got my first 1,500 subscribers, or maybe a little bit under, but almost the first 1,500 subscribers were all based on From. And I only have just under 2,000 now, so that's mostly From that did this. And we had over 100 people in the chat here. It was crazy. It was just, there's nothing like the From fan base. It was just electric. It was so much fun covering it, and I can't wait to cover the next season. I feel like I need that boost of energy when it comes to the channel, because sometimes it starts to feel like work. I get tired. Live streams cause me more pain than they used to, physical pain, and I need From to kind of just give me that boost again. Yeah. Yeah, Scarlett and I were covering the mystery, The Residence from Netflix on here last spring, and we never finished that. I don't want to know who did it, though. I want to actually watch that episode. I'm still going to watch it, so don't tell me who did it. Yeah, we got overwhelmed. I got overwhelmed, mainly. I got overwhelmed with other things, so that's why we just never got to it. New From season most likely comes out in late March or early April. That's awesome, Daryl. I really hope so. I hope it comes that soon, and that's not very far away. Let's see. Just me was telling Fletcher that she liked his theory, and he was asking her if it was the Thessal Hydra one, Mike's denial, or Dimension X being a future version of Earth after Mind Flayer conquered it. Yeah, Fletch has a lot of great theories about Stranger Things. Yeah, I really liked some of the ones that Fletch shared in my comment section from the live last night. Yeah, Dimension X being a future version of Earth is a really fascinating one. The writing was terrible this last season, and it doesn't even feel like it's a final season. Referring to Stranger Things. Yeah, if you're talking about that, I kind of agree, but I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Could be a D&D game, a time reset, or they caused it to happen by gaming. I really hope it's not going to be any of those. Well, if they caused it to happen for real by gaming, that would be cool. But I don't want it to be any fake reveal that it's just a game, or if they pull some kind of cheat like a time reset and then they undo things that really happened. That would be a real bummer, I think. But I don't know why people are so worried. If you're worried about a time reset, let me try to allay your fears. I don't think we have anything to worry about a time reset in Stranger Things, and here's why. Because in the show itself, I think that they pretty much laid out the way that this works. This so-called time travel that we see happen when, for example, Max visits Henry's memories in his mind. She calls it, well, Max, I think when she's talking to Holly calls it time travel. And Max says, well, yeah, sort of, but not really, because it's like, I'm not really there. I can't, I'm just an observer, is what she says. I'm just an observer. Well, an observer can't change anything. She doesn't say that, but I'm saying it. Observers can't change anything. So nothing gets reset, nothing changes. You're just looking at past events. That's it. And if, now since we were on the subject of remember story walking, I don't know why people are thinking that that Julie is going to be able to change the story, because Ethan similarly laid out the rules for story walking. And I believe he's meant to be a mouthpiece for the way that it works, the rules. He said that you can't change a story that's already been told. You can visit the chapters, but that's all. You can't change anything. I think he's right. I think the writers are using Ethan as a device to tell us how story walking works. And that is just like the way time travel works in Stranger Things, based on what Max said. Is Max wrong? Okay, maybe it's possible that Max is wrong, but I don't think so. I think she's also meant to be a mouthpiece for how this works. The writers used her as a device. As a writer, I can kind of recognize when writers are using devices, even if if it's not the kind of writing that I studied in college. Like, I didn't study screenwriting, but I mean, I can kind of pick out writing devices when I see them in many cases, and I'm pretty sure that's what this is supposed to be. So don't worry. I mean, look, I could have egg on my face in a couple days and we could see the series finale and everything gets reset and undone. So I hope this doesn't come back to haunt me, but I highly doubt we're going to see a time reset on Stranger Things. And And any time travel that happens, any more viewing of memories will just be that, just viewing as an observer, passive observer, the end. That's it. Anyway, Daryl said season 4 was awesome. Season 5 has been okay. I agree. I loved season 4. Stranger Things season 4 was phenomenal. I think it was second best after season 1, which was the best. And I was really hoping season 5 would equal that at least. I mean, I had high hopes for season 5. I think we all did because of how amazing 4 was, but I agree that it's been just okay. Even Scarlett said, even then the sister episode, I remember when they wanted 8 as a spinoff. Yeah, that would have been a horrible, a complete failure of a show. People hated 8, aka Callie. They hated her. They hated that episode. I hated that episode. Maybe hate is a strong word. I didn't hate it as much as others. I just didn't like it because it took us away from the characters we knew and loved for an entire episode of a season that only gave us 8 episodes total. That's a lot of time to spend away when we don't even get a 10 episode season. So I didn't like that. Yeah. Thanks, Amy, for the well wishes. Appreciate it. I hope that you're doing well. Fletch said the moment they start the season with a time jump after that epic season 4 ending, I knew something was off. Yeah, when they showed the flashback to Will in the Upside Down 5 or 4 years prior, whatever amount of time it's been. But I mean, I wouldn't call it it was like a time. It was a flashback, and I understand why they did it because they're ending this series. So they want to take us full circle to the beginning and connect the dots, give us answers to everything, including why Will was taken in the very beginning. Why was Will chosen? What is the Upside Down? They've answered those questions for us now, pretty much. Those questions are essentially answered. So I get why they did that. But yeah, the whole season has been off. They've been off their game. Daryl says Robin coming out scene in season 3 was really well done compared to the Will coming out scene. Yes, absolutely. I just went back and rewatched that, and it was glaringly obvious that writing was superior. And Karl had never seen it before, and he agreed. Like, it was just so much more natural, and it came at a time when it wasn't like right before the end battle of the whole of the whole season. It was late in the season, but it wasn't literally right at the end of the penultimate episode before the finale, the big battle. So the timing was better. It didn't interrupt the action in a jarring way, and it was just less cringeworthy. The writing of it, Will's coming out scene, it was more cringeworthy. Maybe it was because of Noah Schnapp's acting. I think his acting wasn't as good as Robin's in her scene. I don't know. It was just a little cringe. But the major issue was the interruption of the action for like a 7-minute coming out scene right before they're all going to war. It was, to me, the pacing of that was off. That was the problem with that. I understand canonically why it needed to happen. And like the big reason is because a central theme of Stranger Things is how love can overcome fear and evil, and that the evil in Stranger Things, the evil entities like Vecna, they use your secrets and your weaknesses against you. And by keeping this secret, his sexuality, Will was turning it into a weakness by keeping it secret from everyone he cared about and letting it eat him up inside. It was turning it into a weakness, and it didn't need to be. So he needed to free himself of that burden so that he could fully realize his powers and not be held back in any way. Because literally in the episode, we saw Vecna when Vecna had him captured in the previous episode. I mean, in episode 6. We saw that Vecna had something over him. When Vecna like was threatening him and he made his eyes bleed, he was like holding his claws over Will's face. And I feel like it was meant to symbolize holding this secret over Will's head. Like, this is going to be your weakness, Will. You know, he's going to use this against him if Will does not speak up and unburden himself once and for all to everyone. So I think that's why they did it. That's why the writers felt it was necessary for this coming out scene to happen and happen now. But I think it would have been better and more effective if they had written it a little earlier in the season. I think they should have done it before he first discovered his powers. And maybe then that would have unlocked his potential. Like, that would have been the final thing that would have helped him, discover his sorcerer powers. Maybe that would have been received better if they had written it that way. Because I do think it was necessary for the plot, because of the theme of, and the tactics that Vecna uses against people. This would have potentially held Will back. This would have potentially, what's the word I want to say? Well, like handicapped him and his powers as he needs to, when he needs to be at his strongest. So yeah, I think they just, if they had to do it in episode 7, they should have cut the length of it in half, at least slash the length of it down and just get to the point, get it over with, and have everyone be a little less melodramatic about it and kind of just chuckle and be like, dude, we know already. We all know. We've known for years. It's fine. It's all good. We're never going to leave you. Okay, group hug, the end. Like, that would have been more effective, I think. But anyway, that's my opinion on that. But now it's going to be the infamous coming out scene going down like for all time in the Stranger Things fandom. And I honestly feel bad for Noah Schnapp because he's gay in real life. He came out within the last few years, and I hope this isn't hurting him too much. All of this backlash happening toward his character, and I knowing internet trolls, I would not be at all surprised if he's receiving hate directed at him, which would be ridiculous. He's just the actor. It's not his fault that they wrote it this way. So yeah, I just feel bad for him. Anyway, let me get back to the chat here. Fletch said apparently they cut a ton of scenes that would have made this volume 2 hit perfectly. That's why it's so terrible. There's scenes missing. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that they cut like half the scenes. Just nuts. I mean, how long were they hoping to make this anyway? My God, they already made this the longest runtime season ever. That's crazy. They even cut scenes of 11 and Max inside Henry's mind, apparently. That's why we see that poor reaction with 11 and Max, because they have seen each other earlier in the season. Oh, okay, because it made 11 look like a terrible actress. It made Millie Bobby Brown, well, honestly, she was not at her best overall this season in terms of acting. Let's be real. She has like the same facial expression through the whole season, through most of the scenes. And when she sees Max for the first time awake after being in a comatose state for 2 years, she hardly even changed expression then. She didn't even look that happy. So, but that explains it if they've already seen each other in a different way. But she still should have had more of a reaction at seeing her friend awake in the real world now and free from Henry's mind.
Yeah, and in the arms of Lucas.
Right.
Should have been. Would have been more of a reaction of like, oh, thank God you're finally out of that state.
Right. She should have been more emotional. They were so close. They got so close since season 3. They were, they were besties,
Going to the gap.
Yeah, being mall rats together and turning on the boys. Scarlett said, I hope they didn't bomb critique it because of the coming out of the closet scene. Oh, that's a big reason why. Yes. I looked at Rotten Tomatoes and there were a lot of negative, nasty comments about that. And some of them were homophobic. I saw some homophobic statements and phrases. It wasn't all just level-headed critiques of the way that it was written. Some of it was homophobic, unfortunately. Fletch said the episode wasn't bad for the Will speech. I hate when people say that. It sucked due to their writing, the whole volume 2, in my opinion. Yeah, the writing was the biggest issue, 100%. Fletch said like 11 was opening portals in season 1, but in the finale she can't even turn Murray's truck. Why did she have that much trouble? Good point.
She needed more egos.
She needed more ego fuel for her battery. If they say that, I was like, God, that's another thing about this season and the writing, the corny dialogue. How many times did we have to hear them repeat that she needs more fuel for her battery? It got corny. All this repetitive dialogue. Fletch said, I've never seen Pluribus, Julie. It's like Severance. You and Dieter had to tell me week after week to watch it. Fletch, you missed out on an amazing show. Go watch Pluribus. I'm sure it's going to be renewed for a season 2, and then you can catch up with us when season 2 comes out. Trust me, you'll love it. A lot of people compared it to Severance, actually. Scarlett, more from Rewatch. The chat jumped down on me. She said, where is it? I lost it. Where'd it go? StreamYard does this sometimes. I think I may have accidentally deleted it. Yeah, I think I accidentally. I highlighted Scarlett's comment, and I think I accidentally deleted it before I could finish.
You deleted a whole bunch of stuff.
What?
Yeah. It said, let me see. Let me view some of these deleted messages. I hope they didn't bomb critique because of that, and then you were going to highlight another one from hers? So not
How am I deleting all these by accident? What is happening?
You must have fat fingered that one.
Hey, I don't have fat fingers.
Have you seen Battle Creek, Fletch? That was one.
What's this one?
It won't.
More from... Okay, so
there.
Scarlett said, more from Rewatch, more Ethan is the man in yellow, and we will see how big his jacket can get. Yes. That was their trick to make Ethan look younger than he actually was. Scarlett also said, I'm sorry you were so disappointed with Terry, Julie. Yeah, it was a letdown because I waited a long time for that show, and I was personally disappointed by it. Sorry if you see any of your comments disappear. I don't know how that's happening. I'm on my phone right now.
Hey, look, it says, did you time her out on accident?
Oh, no, I must have done that. Shit. How do we fix it?
I think you gotta go back on her thing and undo it.
Oh, okay. Shit. I must have accidentally hit.
Hell.
I must have hit
You
the.
guys are friends.
I must have hit the timeout button by accident.
Let's see.
Um.
Put user in timeout. No. Channel activity. So do that. Click on her. See that? See how I was able to push on her, highlight her?
Yeah.
Time her out. More than likely, it has you be able to untime her out.
Yeah, except I'm in StreamYard, and
Well, what happens when you click on her name?
she's
What?
not. She's just disappeared from my screen. It doesn't show her at all. So hopefully I could get her. I can figure out when I get on my Chromebook. I'll see if I can figure out how to get her back. Maybe my phone isn't letting me do it. In a few minutes, I'm going to get back on my phone. Sorry, Scarlett, if you're hearing this, you're probably listening, wondering why you can't chat. I'm sorry. My finger slipped. I'm walking around the house while I'm streaming to relieve some pain, and my finger slipped. It was an accident. I didn't mean to time out one of my co-hosts. Anyway, she's not co-hosting on this particular show, but you know, I'm sorry, Scarlett. Anyway, back to the chat here. Let's see. Okay, so going back to where I left off. Okay. From is the best show. Yes, From is 100% my favorite show. Okay, here's one. Fletch said, how can Holly Wheeler have more screen time than the major characters in a finale season? Come on, Duffer Brothers, this season is to end plots, not to build new ones. I agree 100%. Holly is, you know, she was basically like, you know, just a bunch of set dressing in previous seasons. She was the little sister that we hardly ever saw or heard from because she was too young, and now all of a sudden she's center stage out of nowhere. Yeah, I think they could have done this interesting new plot line with her and gave her less screen time at the same time. They could have cut some of those excessively long scenes of hers. Fletch said, I don't think it's a time reset. I think it's all Mike's denial of his best friend's death in 1983. He created a D&D world to keep his best friend alive. Everything connects to them. Oh, wow. That would be quite a mind fuck if that's the case. But I want it to be real. So I hope that it's real. Maybe like he created this with actual magic. Hey, Karl, were those all of Scarlett's messages that do you see any others that got deleted?
Yeah, there was a bunch of them. I think all of her messages got deleted when she got put into like 38 messages.
Could you?
It was like, you know, she was asking if Fletcher had seen Battle Creek.
Well, if you see any others like directed at me, could you let me know and I'll read them? And when I get on my Chromebook in a few minutes, I'll see if I can fix this. Either way, it'll get undone in 15 minutes and she'll be able to chat again. I think it's a 15-minute thing. Daryl said Julie could interact and people could see her, unlike with Max and 11. Yeah, in From, that's true. Let me think. Let me think of an example. It's been a while since I've watched.
I am sorry you were so disappointed with Dairy, Julie.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I read that one. Fletch says Storywalker Julie won't change anything. What she will do, it already happened. Kind of fishy to explain. Yeah, it'll be a mindfuck kind of bootstrap paradox thing. Daryl says, I know Ethan said Julie can't change anything to give the audience the info, but I feel like Julie is going to change the rules and be able to change the story because in episode 1, Julie told a story to Ethan, and then in episode 2, she changed the story so that Norman would live, which is a valid argument, Daryl. That's a valid argument that maybe that's supposed to be a hint that she will be able to change it, and Ethan is wrong. So you never know. I just remember Ethan being very incredulous when she said that Norman lived. He was not at all reassured. And I trust Ethan. Whatever Ethan thinks is what I think is going to happen. So that's why I still think it's going to be like nothing can get changed and Jim is going to stay dead. But that's From. As far as, well, let's see, I'll read this one too. About From. Fletch said, I like that since it's all a quest from Ethan to get Thomas back to life. Since I think it's all a quest from Ethan to get Thomas back to life, maybe. Okay. Interesting, Fletch. Daryl says, I do believe that Julie was the one who called the Matthews house, which led to Thomas dying. Robert Saunders also said that, Daryl. And that's a really interesting theory. I like that. I think that would be a cool twist. Very dark. But it's a dark show. It's always been a dark show. Fletch said, I'm not talking about the Will flashback, Julie. I'm talking about the time jump after Vecna opened Hawkins in 4 pieces. Why time jump that? Oh, okay. Yeah. So they time jump a bit into the future and they don't show us enough. I agree with you. I didn't like that they didn't show us enough of how they got to be this tight militaristic like operation where they're running these crawl missions with Hopper all the time. And I feel like they didn't show us enough of the in-between stuff, what happened between the end of season 4 and those events at the start of season 5. So yeah, I agree. I didn't like that. I think they rushed it because they were running out of time. They wanted to do more than 5 seasons, the Duffer Brothers, but they only got 5. I think Netflix only gave them 5, so they ended up having to rush more than they wanted to. Fletch said Vecna never took Will for him being gay. Holly isn't gay and he still got her. Yes. I don't know if that was necessary for the final battle plot. No, that's not the reason why it was deemed necessary. It's because it was his weakness. Because he made this a secret. Not that being gay is a weakness. It's because it was a secret that was eating him alive and cutting down his self-esteem, making him feel like there was something wrong with him because he was different. And that was potentially going to allow Vecna to handicap him in the final battle, using his weaknesses against him, his secrets. So that's why they felt it was necessary to do that. Had nothing to do with why he took Will. That's not why. It had nothing to do with him being gay, why he took him in the first place. Let's see. Fletch said the thing is Netflix cut a scene of Will dreaming about Joyce, Mike, and others, making fun of his sexuality. Vecna doing that. That's why he came out in that scene. I blame Netflix. Oh, wow. Well, that would definitely explain a lot. Great insight. Thanks for sharing that. I did not know that. And let's not act like Joyce didn't tell Hopper about Will being different from the other boys in the pilot episode of the show. Yes, Fletch, this is something we've known about from the beginning, and his friends knew too, because remember the bullies were calling him queer. The bullies at school were calling him queer, and his friends would have to defend him. They all knew. They always knew. Netflix all of a sudden acting like Vecna is Pennywise. Yeah, they are kind of, like he's getting in Will's head and using his weaknesses against him, like Pennywise uses people's fears against them. Daryl said, I wish the scene was just Will telling Mike that he's gay and that he has feelings for him. Yeah, that would have been interesting to just unburden himself and really be honest with Mike. I mean, he essentially did that in front of everybody when he looked at Mike and he said, like, he essentially said he had feelings for a friend who couldn't have those feelings back or something. And he looked at Mike when he said it, and Mike looked super uncomfortable. That would have been better to say alone for sure, like not in this giant crowd. That was a comically large crowd. That's another thing that was weak about that scene.
How long have you been walking for?
Probably long enough.
47 minutes of the live.
Yeah. So I'm gonna stop walking. Okay. Anyway, there was a comically large crowd. Why was Murray there? Murray? I mean, really, what connection does Murray have that's that close to Will? Why was the science teacher there? Why was what's her name? Why was Robin's girlfriend there? She didn't need to be there. Robin, yes, Robin has become Will's confidant as another gay youth, an older, gay youth who's already come out of the closet. So yes, Robin being there, that makes sense. Will's brother, Jonathan, being there. Yes, they're very close. That makes sense. His mother. Yes. Mike, sure, that's his best friend. He has a crush on him. Sure, why not? And yes, throw in Lucas, throw in Dustin, and sure, Max, even though she joined the group kind of late. That should be the limit. That should be the absolute maximum number of people. Nobody else. Everybody else should have been deleted from that group. Anyway, I want more episodes. Me too, Amy. I wish Netflix had given them a bloated like mega season. That's what we should have had. At least 10 episodes, or preferably like 12. Oh my god. Yeah, I see what happened with Scarlet right here. Let me see if I can fix it. Shit. Oh my god. Scarlet, I am so sorry. I honestly don't know how I even did it. My finger hit something I wasn't trying to hit. Let me see if I can I'm going to go into my Chromebook now and see if I can fix it. Okay, it looks like it's for 300 seconds. Okay. She can't talk for 300 seconds. Oh, I feel so bad. That it was unintentional. JT Moore says Stranger Things season 5 is not an end. It is just a setup for more spinoffs to come. Oh. Well, I heard that maybe they had some spinoffs in mind. So that's interesting. Amy says, I'm upset that Jonathan and Nancy broke up. Yeah, I thought that sucked, and it reversed a lot of character development, and and it was also poorly written and confusing. A lot of people didn't even understand that it was a breakup. And because, I mean, it was done ambiguously. So they literally had to make a post, the Duffer Brothers, saying that, yes, this was a breakup. We wanted Nancy to wind up alone and try to find herself independently. Well, they didn't make that clear enough in the scene, and they wasted 7 minutes of airtime on this scene that also faked us out like they were about to die, and then they didn't because they're too afraid to kill anybody off. Another problem with this season. Daryl says in season 1, episode 10, Ethan says to Julie, I tell my own stories now. That has to be foreshadowing. Yeah, I think that's definitely foreshadowing. Hey, Jen, the teacher. Nice to see you. Okay, what else is going on here? Amy said, I didn't know it was a breakup either because they were showing their love for each other. Yeah, they literally said they loved each other and were crying and embracing. Like, it seemed like maybe they decided not to get married, that they weren't ready for that yet, but they were gonna, still be together and just figure themselves out together. So, what from spoilers, Doc? I didn't see any from spoilers in the chat. Are there any from spoilers? I didn't see anything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Anyway, I'm going to be quiet for a second while I go out and come back in on my Chromebook so we can start breaking down the episode. So just 1 second, be right back. Okay. Now, let me see if how do I untime someone out in...
You need to highlight her. You need to click on her thing and see if it gives you that option.
Let me see. I'll scroll up and on the Chromebook. Maybe there's an option that's not on the phone. Oh, in here she's still there for me. I think she's already back, so it's already been undone automatically.
Let's see.
On my StreamYard, Scarlett's comments are back. So I think it's okay now. JT Moore said they never picked that engagement ring back up. Jonathan just left it there like he didn't spend money on it. That was dumb. That was really dumb. That bugged me. Daryl says maybe Nancy is going to die, so that's why she has broken up with Jonathan. So that will end the Steve, Jonathan, and Nancy love triangle. Yeah, I've heard people suggest that, actually. Or I've heard the reverse. I've heard that Jonathan's going to die. This means Jonathan's going to die. So I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt Nancy's going anywhere, but Jonathan, I could see Jonathan going. Now, some of the issues, before I get into the actual episodes, some of the issues that I've had with, I made a list of, with season 5, the weaknesses that I see in this volume, especially volume 2, but in season 5 as a whole. Let me pull up my little list here.
I'm gonna be here for a while, right? Like right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so to start with, there's there are issues with setup without payoff, and now this could potentially still pay off in the finale, but I doubt it. There are some really dramatic moments. There are some really dramatic moments that wind up not paying off in turning into anything. For example, now this one here that I'm going to mention could still pay off in the finale, but I don't see how. When Holly, so in episode 7, when Holly and Max are in the cave where Henry can't go, he tells Max that things have changed, and if Holly doesn't come with him, he'll hurt Max. He says Max is actually a monster who's tricking Holly, and then after Holly screams at him that she saw he's the real monster, he just drops the act easily and threatens to hurt her new friend. And he says that when Max starts to suffer, and she will suffer, you can either come back to me and end her suffering, or you can watch her die. Well, Max got out already. Max is out. Holly is the one who's in there. This is a really dramatic nothing burger from the sound of it. Just setting up something that's not even going to come into fruition now. Why did they even bother wasting airtime on that threat? I don't know. And honestly, it just makes him look weak. It makes that villain look weak because he set up this really scary, ominous threat that is now going to go nowhere because Max escaped. Max is not going to suffer anymore at his hands. At least not while Holly's imprisoned there. Holly's the one who's still there, and Max got out. I doubt that that's going to actually be relevant anymore. So why are they wasting airtime setting up something without a payoff and making the villain look weak? They're making Vecna look weak this season. He's not even that scary anymore. So there's that. And in terms of other setups with no payoff, how about the near-death fake-outs over and over again? Where are the stakes? First of all, there are all these heart-to-heart character moments in dangerous situations, so that's an issue. The Upside Down doesn't even feel like a scary place to be anymore. And then you add to that all of the near-death fake-outs that are happening left and right. Literally everyone at the end of episode 4 was on the verge of death, and Will conveniently activated his powers and saved all his friends at the last second. And then, in volume 2, Jonathan and Nancy confessing all of their secrets to each other as they think they're about to die. But literally nothing happens. The melted walls just stop melting, and they can just waltz right out of there. Max gets choked by Vecna again, which is just deja vu from season 4. I mean, for one thing, that's redundant. I'm tired of this Vecna choking Max thing. It seems like a kink at this point. and like Vecna has some kind of a kink for choking her, and it's redundant. And like, if he was gonna do this again, she should have died this time. She got away again after being choked by him at the last second. Again, I just did not like that. I did not like that they had him choking her again. If she was going to be in danger with Vecna again, don't make it by choking. And once again, she's okay. She's going to get out of this. She's not dead. Yeah, I didn't like that. Will conveniently, there are too many convenient plot points where Will conveniently taps in and saves her at the exact right moment. And there are no serious consequences for him either. He collapses dramatically, and yeah, he lays in a kind of comatose state, trapped in Vecna's mind for a whole episode, but he winds up being fine too. He gets out of that way too easily. And we just keep thinking, okay, I don't know. I sat there thinking, maybe, all right, now is the moment where someone's luck is about to run out and the high stakes are going to be clear. But nope, every single time it's been, psych, everyone's fine. And even the Wheeler parents should have been dead. They were at death's door at the start of the season, and they should have been dead. But it's like the Duffer brothers were scared to even kill off the Wheeler parents, and they're not even important to the show. Karen has been unlikable from day one. I did not care for her at all, and now she's somehow a hero too. After being on the verge of death in volume 2, she was, and by the way, prior to this season, she was a totally useless, checked out, clueless, vapid MILF mother. And now this season, she's suddenly this badass mama bear. I'm not seeing it. Now, all of a sudden, in volume 2, she crawls out of her hospital bed and winds up saving some of the kids by blowing, exploding stuff in the washer or in the dryer, I guess, and killing some Demogorgons. It was not believable. These plot points are not believable. And that's another big issue in the show, not believable even within this magical realm of this show. We can suspend our disbelief to a certain extent, but the show should still have a certain internal logic that's consistent and that we can get on board with and say, okay, within the world of this show, where yes, there's like magic and sci-fi left and right, there are certain things that I can believe and certain things that I don't believe within the framework of this show. And there's just too much this season that's not believable. So, yeah, Karen resurrecting herself, not getting killed by the Demogorgon in the first place, and then dragging herself out of bed to kill a bunch of Demogorgons this volume. No, I'm not buying it. And they should have killed the Wheeler parents in the beginning, because if you think about it, it really would have been ideal, because at the end of episode or season 4, Nancy got a vision from Vecna showing her that her whole family was going to die, her parents, her sister, and then everyone else was going to die. And if the Wheeler parents got killed off at the start of season 5, it would have been brilliant, because the Duffer brothers would have been able to avoid and put off having to kill off any major characters we love, but still establish that there are high stakes, because it would have been the beginning of fulfilling that ominous vision that Nancy had. We would have been wondering, is this the start now? Who's next? Holly's going to be next, and then everyone else is at risk. It would have actually made that vision look legit. And instead, it cheapened it. It made it look like there's nothing to worry about, really. And that's an issue that they could have easily resolved by just killing off these 2 useless parents who suck anyway. Who needs them? It would have been more emotional to just kill them off. That was one of the fake out, phony death scenes, fake out death scenes that I have been complaining about. It looked like a death scene when Nancy and Eleven found Nancy's mother's body, Karen's body. That's an enormous amount of blood she lost, and she should have been dead. That was ridiculous. It looked like a death scene, and it would have packed a real emotional gut punch without having to kill off any of the beloved main characters. It still would have packed a punch. So they really missed an opportunity by keeping Karen alive and Ted Wheeler too. This show needs to have stakes. You can't keep telling us that the world is about to end and anyone could die if no one ever actually gets killed in these life or death situations. They're chicken littling us, like I was saying last night. They're chicken littling us to death. Stop telling us the sky is falling all the time and then there are no consequences. Nothing comes of it. Like the worst example of this, they do this all the time, but the worst example for me, in volume 2, there's that point in the Upside Down Hawkins lab where Dustin is running up the stairs after he realizes what the Upside Down actually is and that they can't destroy that big orb of what he now knows is exotic matter. He runs up the stairs screaming that if they destroy that thing, then they're all gonna die. He's like, Nancy, you'll die, and Jonathan, you'll die, and I'll die, and Steve will die, and everyone will die. And the way he's like basically rattling off everyone who's gonna die, and we're all gonna die, and the world is gonna end. And then she shoots the damn thing, and nothing happens. Not even the people closest to the explosion, Nancy and Jonathan, not even they die. I mean, that just completely fell flat. That was so anticlimactic. You cannot keep doing this. You cannot keep doing this to us and expect us to still be on the edge of our seats and feeling this really dire sense of suspense that they want us to feel. I'm sorry. Like, they cannot keep doing this. How are there no casualties? They keep saying this is the biggest threat and battle yet this season, but where are the casualties? Why so many brushes with death, but never any actual death? So yeah, now Jonathan and Nancy, that scene after she shot the orb, it turned out to be a big soapy character drama time waster, if you ask me. It was anticlimactic to let them both survive, and it boiled down to a soapy, sweet, kind of oddly sweet breakup. It was so ambiguous and loving that the creators literally had to make that post clarifying that this was indeed a breakup. Poorly written, too long, so that was a problem. Then you have to look at the bad acting. 11, Millie Bobby Brown has been emotionless and expressionless most of the time. She's being written as kind of bitchy and overly obstinate with Hopper. She literally never listens to him. Then she gets pissed off when he forms his own plan to make sure she'll be out of harm's way, and he's going to take out Vecna himself with the bomb. But then she turns into a hypocrite because she's angry he formed this plan without telling anyone to take himself out, but she's literally planning to do the same thing with 8 and not telling anyone. She's coming across as unlikable this season, and the acting sucks, if you ask me. She had one nice scene with Hopper where he explained that he lied about her reaching the right jumping speed because he can't bear to lose her. It was a sweet scene, but for the most part, the scenes with her this season have been falling flat, along with her facial expressions. Flat. Holly's acting has been pretty bad. I'm not gonna hate on that young actress too much. She's like 14 years old, but she's overacting a lot. She's overacting. Her acting is overwrought and kind of sickening at times. Her screaming and whining, eyes bugging out too much. I mean, during that scene in episode 7 where she falls down the stairs,
And they like grab the necklace and rip it off her neck, and she's choking. I'm surprised she didn't crawl around and grab at her own throat and start gagging stereotypically like she's about to die. Like literally, that's how overwrought this kid's acting is. It's just too much over the top. Then there's the fact that they're all just aging out of these roles too much. In trying to play high school kids, it's just not believable anymore. And the actors, even the ones who are pretty good actors, like the actor who plays Lucas, they're going overboard trying to sound immature and scared all the time. And something just feels off, and you can't put your finger on why until you realize it's because they're trying too hard to act younger than they are. And that includes Lucas. So yeah, like for example, like they ask too many questions. This is another example of a weakness this season: poor writing. The characters are asking too many questions, like they're trying to be a mouthpiece to us as the audience too much. And Lucas does this a lot. It's like he's kind of the stand-in for us as the audience. He's always wondering what's going on and expressing bewilderment and asking too many questions. And just an example from episode 6 of Too Many Questions. He's like, we burnt out the particles. I watched them fly up the tower. I mean, you guys saw that, right? So Will should be unplugged from the hive mind. Then why didn't he wake up? How did he see Max if she's with Holly? Is this real? Is Vecna messing with us again? This makes no goddamn sense. I mean, it's cheesy dialogue. It's cheesy. I don't like it. The dialogue is also too fast. They're always finishing each other's sentences as they make plans for their next operation. And the worst example of that is in episode 7. Almost everybody in the whole cast is in the room, in on this plan, finishing each other's sentences. They're all like, taking turns saying a line, and then another one will chime in, and another one, and it just gets corny. So there's too much of that. There's a lot of heavy-handed explanation of the lore all the time. And there's way too much exposition. Showing and, too much telling and not showing. And in a lot of cases, they do both. They show and tell. They describe things that we already saw. So, like, for example, in episode 7, like there's way too much of characters telling others about things that happened to them, which we already saw on screen. And like, we don't need to see them relaying everything to each other, to the ones who weren't present for those scenes. There's repetitive dialogue where, they're saying things too much, like, this makes no goddamn sense, and mouth breather, and, it gets corny. And even Vecna is getting corny with his trademark line now is, at long last. It's, at long last. It's like, all right, already. It's not even remotely dramatic anymore. It's corny, and he's not even that scary anymore. Then there's the redundancy. Steve and Dustin were having the same argument over and over since the start of the season about Dustin missing the beginning of the crawl and Steve blaming him for it going sideways. The incessant bickering was annoying and repetitive, ranting over the same things. Then they finally resolve things in episode 7, and Steve apologizes, but they could have gotten there without so much harping on the same things in these arguments. Steve was also uncharacteristically mean to Dustin when they're usually close, and that made Steve unlikable. And Steve is one of the most likable characters. How did season 5 manage to even make Steve unlikable at times? Like, that's really a difficult feat to accomplish. So well done, Duffer Brothers. They made Dustin unlikable too. They made him depressing. They turned him into an Eeyore. He used to be lighthearted and fun and funny, and now he's just been depressed all the time and unable to get over Eddie's death. So yeah, like making characters unlikable, and 11, I already mentioned how 11 became unlikable for me. They also buried crucial plot info in a play most people will never see. So that's another problem with this season. The Duffer Brothers wrote that play, the First Shadow, which is the origin story of Henry or Vecna, and they buried crucial backstory info about him that's relevant to the plot, and it's canon. It's actual canon, and they buried it in a play most people will never have the opportunity to see. It's not available to stream anywhere. So that was a huge mistake too. So let me see. Did I go over everything? Almost everything. Let me see if I missed anything. Well, I already discussed, Will. I think Will should have been empowered by what he did at the end of episode 4, but he reverted right back to being insecure and hard on himself in episode 5. He lost the growth that he showed in the first 4 episodes, and he acted weak again. He let the other characters lead him on what to do next, and instead of taking a strong stand like he did with Joyce, working with Robin, he just retreated inside himself. And yes, there was one episode where he was unconscious, so there's that, but I just feel like there was a lot of reversal of growth for Will, and then ultimately he finally rose to the occasion in the end. But yeah, him developing powers in volume 1 was a huge game changer, but I thought it was a letdown that he only did one more thing with those powers in volume 2, which was when he saved Max in episode 6, which was an amazing moment. It was amazing, but I wanted more from him in volume 2 with his powers, and we didn't get to see any more because he got captured by Vecna right away. Then he's laying helpless for a whole episode, and episode 8 was just devoted to him coming out of the closet when everyone already knew he was gay. So again, they spent way too much time on that. I felt it was too dramatic. It was a comically large crowd when it should have just been those closest to him. And just move on to the action, move on to the major battle that's to come. And I think the show should have made it clearer that this storyline was necessary. They should have made it clearer and sell it to us that Will needed to unburden himself of his secrets and insecurities weighing him down to unlock his full potential as a sorcerer. And then make that scene happen maybe a bit earlier in volume 2, or even in volume 1. Not right before their final battle when they could all die any moment. It was just bad timing. And finally, there were some tired tropes in this season. The reveal that the military is trying to weaponize 11's powers and create more 11s to create more like her, and then use them against the Soviets. That's such a cliched, overdone, tired trope. Welcome to Derry just did it with trying to weaponize it. They literally just did the same thing for the same reason, to weaponize it against the Soviets. We've seen it already. It's been done to death. They couldn't come up with a new idea. That was annoying. So anyway, that's my list of issues that I had with season 5. Hey there, Mr. Frogman. I love you too, aka Critter. Nice to see you. Thank you for popping in. I'm gonna scroll up and read from the chat, and then we're gonna break down these 2 episodes. So let's see. Yeah, Hopper has had too many fake outs in terms of him almost dying. Yes, Amy, I think so too. Vecna got on that Ozempic. Yeah, he got a new look this season, big time. Daryl said Vecna should know that Max is in the hospital already. That made no sense. I agree. Daryl says season 4 writing versus season 5 writing is night and day. Yes, it is. Daryl also says the only person I can see dying at this point is Nancy, and that probably won't happen either. I could see Jonathan dying, maybe, to help Will in some way, to help his brother. I could see 11 dying. But since they've set it up for her to go out taking her own life, that tells me that maybe she won't die because that might be too predictable at this point. If anything, I could see Will dying. I could see him having to sacrifice himself to take out Vecna. Will could die. A hero. Vecna likes to joke. Seriously, like, why did he repeat that? I'm serious. Like, it's like he has a cake for this stuff. Oh, you've done it before. Oh, I've heard. Whoa, Amy. Whoa. Wild stuff. After dark time. It's yeah, I've heard it can be, somehow enjoyable, but sorry, I couldn't handle it. I'd be too scared. I don't need any more pain than I already have. I think I'm too sensitive to handle that.
What are you talking about?
Choking. Choking as something enjoyable. You popped off, by the way. You dropped off the.
Oh, did I?
The thing, yeah. Hi, Trace. Nice to see you. Doc says, I still haven't seen 6 or 7, but I know fans are really upset. One streamer labeled his stream Stranger Things 5 group therapy session or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of streamers trashing this season. So I wanted to just lay out why, I had issues with it too. So, Karen is a hot Karen, I guess. Yeah. I guess she's sort of a MILF. Daryl says Mike's parents should have died at the start. Yes. And Murray should have died in the middle of the season. Oh, I would have been really sad though. I love Murray. We should never kill off the comic relief. Like, I hate when shows kill off the funny characters. Amy says, I feel like maybe they got lazy because it's the last season. I think you may be right on that, Amy. I think they got lazy. Possibly, some of the actors are phoning it in. Doc says, "Oh my God!" The way we were talking about unaliving parents. Yeah, I don't mean to sound harsh, but I really think that they should have, if they're going to eviscerate the parents like they did, then they should have gone all the way and taken them out completely to up the stakes. Daryl says, I only found out that they broke up because of this stream. You're not the only one. A lot of people didn't understand that Jonathan and Nancy broke up. I found it really ambiguous too, and I totally understand why not everyone got that, because the scene was poorly written. So you're not alone. A lot of people agreed with you and felt that they did not get that out of that scene at all. I agree that the actor who plays Dustin is really good. Yes, Daryl. I get the most emotional with Dustin's. Thank you. With Dustin's emotional scenes. Yeah, me too. Dustin and Steve are my favorite main characters, says Doc. Yeah, I would have to agree. I would put Hopper at number 1 for me, and then Steve, and then Dustin, actually. Steve is still likable for me. Me too. Me too, Daryl. But when he was yelling at Dustin all the time, that like, for those scenes, I found him unlikable and annoying. I just wanted him to shut up already about Dustin not making it to the crawl. That was annoying. So I'm really glad that's over. But of course, he's still likable now that that's over. Doc said the Steve and Dustin fight made no sense to me. Agree. Amy says, I feel like 11 will be the one who dies. Yeah. Who do you guys think is gonna die? If anyone, do you think anyone is gonna die at this point? Do they have the balls to kill off anyone in the finale? I think yes. I think they're gonna. Maybe they figured if they wait till the finale and they don't kill anyone until then, it'll be maximum shock value. I guess. I think that it's gonna happen. I really do. Daryl says Steve was a mouthpiece for the audience when he said that Eddie chose to die. After watching season 4, people complained, saying Eddie didn't have to do what he did. Yes, 100%. He said like Eddie, he did what he did because he wanted to play hero, and he got himself killed, and it was a dumb move, and he was right. He was right. Thank you for that, Critter. Like, subscribe, and share. Please hit the like button. Help people find the stream. Help people find my channel by hitting the like button. Please subscribe if you're not subscribed. I'm trying to reach 2,000 subscribers, and we cover lots of sci-fi shows on this channel. Sci-fi, horror, drama, and a little comedy sprinkled in. Doc says, "Oh my God, I heard a tragic story of a 16-year-old who passed that way. Never tried it, never will." Yeah. Don't try that. Seriously, in all seriousness, don't try the choking stuff at home. It's dangerous. You could die that way, so I don't recommend doing it. Daryl says, "I'm going with Nancy dying. It will wrap up the love triangle." Yeah, I would be fine with that, to be honest. I'm not I don't have anything against Nancy, but she's, like, she's not my favorite either, so I wouldn't be super upset if anything happens to her. So let's see. So I'm going to break down I think I have too many tabs open, and it's like it's freezing on me. Hold on. Okay. Jeez. It's it's because it died. My medicine bag too, please.
Right next to you.
Oh. Okay. Sorry about that. I thought the I thought the Chromebook died, but it didn't die, it just froze. So let me No, it's not dead, but it's like it's frozen. But
this is the plug that you can
thank you.
plug it in when you get it. Just plug it in the one I'm in the middle of. If you need me to plug it in, let me know. I'll go ahead in just a second.
Thanks. Okay. So, I'm gonna try and fix the Chromebook issue. Okay, come on now. It's like a black screen.
So is there a way to hard boot it to restart? Like
Trying.
push a button and
It's not responding. Okay.
shutting it off and turning it back on again.
Can you just sit up for a second? So I can maybe-
Okay. Sorry about that. Rebooting the Chromebook because it's glitching on me. I wish there were a way I could just show images on the phone because it seems to run a lot better. Oh, really? Okay. Thanks. All right. So all right, I'm restoring a bunch of pages. Scarlett never showed up again. I hope she didn't think it was intentional and heard me say that we, I accidentally hit a button, so it screwed up it timed her out unintentionally. So anyway, while I'm getting this back up and running, just as a reminder, we're going to be doing a Fallout watch party for episode 3 when it drops. I believe it's going to be December 31st into January 1st at 3 a.m. Eastern. And we'll do a watch party in the Discord again. So if you want to watch with us, you can. And then we're going to be covering the show once we get a free moment to do that. Okay. All right. Now I've got this working again. Let me get my images up. And we're going to be doing our finale breakdown of Pluribus on Thursday. So that's still coming. It's just had to be delayed so that we could really adequately cover Stranger Things and start covering Fallout as soon as possible. All right. So yeah, I liked the Pluribus finale. I liked it. I thought it was good. I didn't expect any fireworks. It's a thought-provoking kind of show. It's a thought experiment. I didn't expect it to be like high action or anything like that. So, okay, here are my images. So I've got, first I'm going to be breaking down Escape from Camazotz. I'm not going to take as long as I usually do, but I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can and check in with the chat every now and then and highlight anything that you guys have to say about it. I will say I've listed a lot of criticisms of season 5, but one thing I have to say was spectacular: the special effects. The special effects were phenomenal. This was no exception. I thought this was amazing. This was probably my favorite so far. Episode 7 had my favorite special effects out of the whole season. I mean, sorry, not 7, 6. Episode 6. Jonathan and Nancy looking up at this swirling orb of exotic matter opening up in the sky after she shot at it. That looked so cool. You can see that they had the big bucks for the budget of this show. This is phenomenal. So well done on that front. Really well done.
It's this gigantic, terrifying looking orb above them. And then it just got bigger and bigger. It just
Hello.
melted everything. Melted everything.
It just got bigger and bigger.
Melted everything around it. You and your dirty mind. And then threw Jonathan and Nancy back, and this was amazing.
It's so big it threw me across the room.
This was amazing. This red flash that emanated from Hawkins' lab, emanated from this orb of exotic matter. It was like a bomb going off. It was like,
let me show you my orb of exotic matter, baby. Are you done with this?
Yeah. It was like a bomb going off. Doesn't it look like a bomb going off?
I'll show you a bomb later. What?
Oh my god. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Get your mind out of the upside down.
And
take a little bit of a break over here next to you.
yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, co-host a little. Too busy doing. He's too busy doing manual labor over here instead.
Yeah, I'm too busy trying to provide you a place to sleep.
This was amazing. This flash of light that just like radiated out really far. This was absolutely just stunning, dazzling to look at. And these pictures don't even do it justice because it was in really rapid motion. So everything looks like a blur, but watching it on the screen was so cool. It just completely covered the whole upside down sky. So yeah, special effects were definitely on point, if you ask me. I thought that this was aesthetically the coolest looking episode yet. Then we have the development of the science teacher finally being brought in on the action of what's happening in the show, which I thought was awesome. We've always, I mean, the fans have always liked this nerdy science teacher, and I was so glad that they brought him into the fold finally. I always knew that he'd be an asset. Obviously, he's, he taught Dustin everything he knows about science and physics and what Dustin has applied to their plans and their strategizing as time has gone on. He's learned all that stuff from his teacher, so of course his teacher would be a huge asset to bring into the group now that he knows. They needed him to build a new telemetry tracker to try and find Dustin, Nancy, Hopper 11, and Jonathan. Who else was missing at the time? Jonathan, and everyone who was still missing in the Upside Down. So Dustin told Steve that he found, this was a big reveal. This was a huge reveal. That he found Dr. Brenner's journal in the Upside Down version of the lab. Conveniently, yes. This was another convenient plot development, I will admit. It was overly convenient. And he found that the key to destroying the wall around the Upside Down is in the lab, but it's not a shield generator, and it's not dark magic. Vecna didn't make it. He says science did. Theoretical physicists call it exotic matter. A single source of energy that is holding that giant wall together, and Nancy just shot it. So that was a huge reveal, and he also learned about what the Upside Down actually is, which we'll get into later in the breakdown. Meanwhile, Jonathan and Nancy are laid out as if they were dead. Another fake out. Constant near-death fake outs. So yeah, Dustin says Vecna didn't make the wall, so he isn't on the other side, which means Holly and the missing kids aren't either. Nobody is. So their hunch has been wrong about where Holly could be and the other missing kids. So that was a setback for them. Another really cool shot with Poor Steve's car stuck in the wall now. And so this is one of the only casualties of season 5. R.I.P. Steve's car. It had a good run. And R.I.P. Jonathan and Nancy's relationship. R.I.P. Jancy and R.I.P. Steve's car. Those are literally the only casualties so far. Who would have thought we'd get 7 episodes in and those are the only casualties? Anyway.
Biggest death of the season, like Daryl said.
Yeah. So, yeah. Finally, the teacher becomes part of the main plot. Yeah, Daryl. It was about time, right? Steve's car is the biggest death of the season. Yeah. Maybe the teacher actor was busy before, or maybe they were saving him for the final season. Yeah, that could be Daryl. If they kill off Dustin, I'm going to be mad. Yeah, me too, Amy. She's one of my favorites. Hey, Wolf Spear. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. He thought and Wolf Spear thought the Pluribus finale was weak. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Doc thought it was great. Daryl agrees with me that the special effects are amazing in Stranger Things. It got so big and it exploded. Amy liked your jokes, Carl.
Oh, yeah.
She said you guys are cute together.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Amy. Daryl said I ship it. We've got shippers now. Wow, we've made it the big time. We've got shippers. 21 likes. Awesome. Thank you for hitting the like button. Anyway, so here once again, this is another problem. I'm going to be pointing out more problems with this season as we go through here, okay? This melodramatic dialogue. Steve's like, Dustin, what's on the other side of the wall? Death, he says. Death. Okay. So far, there's been no death. So, and Nancy just shot at that orb and nobody died like Dustin said they were going to die. So, yeah. At the end of the previous episode, he was screaming that everybody was going to die. And Nancy just shot the fucking orb. Like, let me go back. Let me go back for a second and show you exactly what he was saying. Just as a quick refresher. It was at the very end, so I can find it easily. I'm going to go down to the bottom here. It was right at the end of the episode. Nancy was about to shoot the thing. Here it is. He's like, Jonathan, Nancy. He's running up the stairs, screaming, trying to get them to hear him because the walkie broke because of his dumbass fighting with Steve. He's screaming, Jonathan, Nancy, if you destroy it, you will die. We will die. Holly will die. Everyone will die. Do you copy? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is so over the top, melodramatic, and nobody died after that. This is Chicken Little all day. This is Chicken Littling us to death, that the sky is falling and then nothing happens. She literally shot a gun at that orb of exotic matter, and what happened? Nobody's dead. The wormhole didn't collapse. This wormhole of the upside down that they're in didn't collapse. Oh my God. You cannot keep doing this to the viewers and expect us to continue to take this stuff seriously. And then he's still at it. Even after Nancy shot at it and nothing happened, he's like, death. What's on the other side of the wall? Death. Death is on the other side.
What's in the box? Pain.
Yeah. And of course, yeah, all hell does kind of start to break loose after Nancy shoots that orb. But I mean, nobody dies. There's just, some wind blowing. Ooh, big deal, There's some crazy wind blowing around, and okay, yeah, some stuff starts to get sucked into a hole.
Yeah, vacuum into space, whatever, right?
It's not, yeah, like they all get out unscathed. Dustin says, and this is also an over exaggeration on Dustin's part. He says this whole time, everything we have ever assumed about the Upside Down has been dead wrong. I would say that's not the case. I don't think everything that they've believed about the Upside Down has been wrong. Not everything. That's over the top. That's exaggerating. Anyway, so yeah, okay. Admittedly, 11, Hopper, and Kali are in some danger after Nancy shoots the exotic matter orb. And 11 has to use her powers to clear a path and reach this gate that had opened so they can get out of there. But they do. They get out of there. There are no casualties, not even Kali, who the viewers hate anyway. That would have been an easy one to kill off. Dustin says the Upside Down, this place, the Upside Down, isn't another dimension. It's not another world. It's a wormhole. So this is a big reveal, and apparently a lot of viewers found this underwhelming. Other viewers thought this was cool. I thought it was fine. I was fine with it. It's not a mind-blowing reveal, but it's interesting to hear exactly how the Upside Down works, and it's not another dimension. It's a wormhole. It's not a future version of Hawkins like some theories have speculated. It's a wormhole between Hawkins and he said it's a bridge between 2 points in time and space, between our world and another. And if the bridge collapses, it will take us with it. All of us. Okay, so that establishes some pretty high stakes. But Nancy just shot at that orb of exotic matter, and it didn't collapse. Maybe it became a little more unstable, and that created a vacuum, causing poor Steve's car to get ejected out into apparently outer space or something. R.I.P. Steve's car. There it goes. And Hopper, 11, and Kali had to go running from there too. So yeah, yes, there were consequences, but ultimately nobody died. Still,
Julie Death Dealer is in town, guys. Death dealing Julie.
And I'll just leave this on screen as a little memoriam to Steve's car for a moment. In memoriam, Steve's car.
It's pretty nice for he's representing what, 20-year-old, a 5 Series.
Oh yeah,
5 Series Beamer. That's pretty legit.
Yeah, he had it.
His parents is rich or something, right?
Must have been.
Or did he buy it? Who bought it?
They never said.
Oh, I'm assuming it was the parents, like hand me down or something, right?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it was because Steve. What has Steve done? He just worked at.
He worked at
Scoop's ice cream shop. Then
where Chippy came from.
Then at the end of season 3,
does everyone know your child's name is Chippy?
No. Then at the end of season 3, I forget where Steve and Robin were getting
Didn't they
jobs.
try and go to the Blockbuster or video store or something?
Yeah, it was a video store. So that's not exactly making big bucks to buy a nice car.
Right.
Now they're at a radio station working for nothing. They don't even get paid.
Rockin' Robin.
And
we didn't get any exposition on how they got that job, did we? We just were thrown into it.
Yeah, well, no, they eventually said they said it in volume 2 that they just that the radio station was abandoned after they locked down the military.
It just showed them like it was up and running and they were there.
Yeah, and they explained it later that they took over the radio station because it got abandoned and nobody was using it.
I'm sure the military couldn't use it for anything, right?
No.
The authorities, the mayor, radio station. Some kids are there. Let them do it.
Yeah.
No big deal.
That's not convenient writing or anything. They'll have the kids able to take over the radio station.
Who pays for the electricity bill of those 50,000 watts? Is that just free? Is that free?
I guess so. Yeah, that's
anyways, don't think about it, guys. Just forget it. Don't think about it.
Don't think about it too much. Wolf Spear says Stranger Things has jumped the Game of Thrones season 8 shark. That's what a lot of people have said. Yeah. Daryl said I was more invested in Steve's car than Holly. Yeah, me too, honestly. So we have Escape from Camazotz, which is the name of the place in A Wrinkle in Time. So this was inspired a bit by the storyline in A Wrinkle in Time, and how Holly and Max had to make their journey out of Camazotz, aka Henry's mind, Vecna's mind. Max and Holly were running into the cave at the start of the episode after traveling through Henry's memories, and Henry. Now tell me I'm wrong about this. Henry was 100%. This actor playing Henry was 100% channeling Jack Nicholson from The Shining as he hobbled his way over to the
Even
cave.
with the limp. Yeah.
Yes, with the limp,
Mm-hmm.
he was walking crooked, limping because
he just needed a hatchet in his hand.
He just needed a hatchet and a blizzard. He was limping because Will had shot him in the leg. Not shot it. He broke his leg. Broke his leg remotely. Anyway, he's limping and his mouth is just kind of dangling open, and the way he yells Holly's name sounds just like Jack Nicholson yelling after his family as he's going after them slowly, because that's all he can do is limp.
Danny, right? Danny?
Yes.
Danny!
Yes. He's definitely channeling Jack Nicholson. I think if you ask that actor, he would say that, because that's an iconic performance Jack gave.
Yeah.
Then he gets to the cave and he tells Holly, he's threatening her, calling her sweetheart at the same time, saying, "Stop or I'll hurt her." He lies to her that Max is a monster who's tricked her, corrupted her mind. She's actually a monster. And Holly confronts him and says, "No, I know you're the real monster." And here she is with her overwrought acting and these cringy faces she makes. "You're disgusting. You're a monster, a disgusting monster." Yeah, she needs a bit more seasoning in terms of acting, this kid. Henry threatens that if she doesn't come back with him, this is that empty threat I pointed out earlier, that I think this is going to come to nothing now. He says, "If you don't come back with me now, I will have no choice but to hurt Max. I may even have to kill her." And Max taunts him that, "Oh yeah, then why don't you come in here, you coward?
Yeah. Why haven't you done it?
Why don't you come in this cave then? You're too scared of a stupid cave, you goddamn coward." I loved that line. Max is a great character. And why is this happening? Why can't he go in there? Well, because they buried some of the lore behind this show in a play that almost nobody will ever see. The reason he has a backstory that's explained in that play, The First Shadow. And in that, there's a backstory related to him as a child. It's long. I'm not going to go into the long story, but basically, as a child, he first encountered the Mind Flayer at that cave. And that's when the Mind Flayer first got inside him. And it was so traumatic that he blocked it out of his mind and couldn't bear to revisit that memory. And that's why he's not going in that cave. And even without seeing that play, I assume that cave must have been the site of a traumatic memory that he was burying in his mind. And that's what we do with traumatic memories many times. We bury them and we block them out. So anyway.
Yeah, like this one time at band camp.
But yeah. So this is an empty threat right here where he says it's empty because this is not going to pay off now. He tells Max things have changed. There are now other ways to get to you. What the hell does that mean? I guess now we'll know, because she escaped. I mean, maybe he can get to her even in the real world, so we'll see that in the finale somehow, but I doubt it. They've already done this, been there, done that. If they go that route and have him capture her again, that's going to be really repetitive. So what the hell did he mean? I mean, is there some way that he can now access her even in the cave, and now we'll never see how? That frustrates me. I want to know what he meant by that. And he tells Holly, when your new friend begins to suffer, and she will suffer, You can either return to me and end her suffering, or you can watch your new friend die. Well, guess what? We'll never know what the hell he meant by that because Max got out at the end of this episode and Holly got captured by him.
Maybe the other way is Callie. Dun, dun, dun.
Callie,
Maybe Callie's a bad guy, and that's why she wants to kill
maybe Callie's
11, and she's really like being puppeteered. Maybe she's a spy or some other D&D whatever.
I could see that, and I would really like that as a twist if Callie is actually a villain working with him, and she was going to help him get to Max somehow.
Right.
So I want to know what the hell he meant by this, that Max was going to suffer and Holly would have to return to him or watch Max die. Now we'll never know because Max got out and Holly is the one who got captured by him. So yeah, that frustrates me.
It seems like a lot of hubris to put it in a play that nobody's going to be able to fly to New York and see, you know?
Yeah.
Or London or wherever the fuck it's at.
London and New York. That was really dumb. And that was canon that they put in that play. The Duffer Brothers, they wrote his backstory. That should have been, if anything, they should have made that into a special episode. Make that a 9th episode of this season and put that in this for us to watch. They should have done that. I don't know why. Maybe Netflix wouldn't give them the green light to do it. Daryl said, if the backstory from the play doesn't get talked about in the show, I'm going to be so confused and pissed off. Me too. Let me guess. They might put it in a spinoff. Yeah, maybe. I could see that. And I think it would be a really interesting story. I've listened to some of what happens in it in summaries on YouTube, and it sounds really interesting. Young Hopper and Joyce are in it. And also the sister of what's his name? The guy who got killed, who dated Joyce in season 2. What was his name?
Played by Austin, right?
Yeah, Sean Astin.
Radio Shack dude.
Yeah. Anyway, Bob.
There you go. Yeah.
Bob Newby.
Daryl said it right as you said it.
Bob Newby. His sister is in the play, and her name was Patty, and she dated Henry. And Henry went to high school with Hopper and Joyce.
Wait a minute, the Patty Cakes?
Different show. The play messes with the timeline, though. The play screws up the timeline because Henry is too young to have gone to high school with Hopper and Joyce. So that's a whole other issue. But Daryl says, why can't Vecna just kill Max in the hospital? I don't think that he can get to the real world and hurt people there unless they mess with him like he was able to hurt Will and get to him only because Will got in his head first, and then he captured Will in episode 6 in this episode.
Right. But didn't he come through the gate in the episode 4 or whatever? Wasn't that the real world? It was, right?
I thought that was the Upside Down.
Was it?
No way.
No, that was the real world, right? And he came through the gate. It was literally downtown Hawkins.
Yeah, he did come through the gate.
So then he could just
at the end of episode 4.
He could talk to that nurse as like only two visitors per whatever.
Yeah.
He could snap her neck and then.
yeah, he did come through the gate.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good point, Daryl. Yeah, he killed people in episode 4. Yeah, he could have just. Why can't he just come to the hospital himself?
Go to Baskin Robbins and then go to the hospital and just murder everybody.
That's a great point. Yeah, he could have. He could have done that. Daryl said the speech Max gave to Holly was so long. If you're talking about the one in front of their exits, yeah, that was another.
Yeah, right where her exit closed, she pauses for like 10 minutes. It's like, oh yeah, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, she should have warned Holly long before they got there that she wouldn't be able to go with her through her exit. And like she didn't prepare Holly for that moment at all. And then they have to stand there wasting time. Oh my God, that was annoying.
Peace out, youngster. You don't have to find your own way.
That was annoying. Daryl said, there may be a very good reason why Henry is afraid of that darn cave. Oh yeah, I mean, it
There
traumatized
better
him.
be. There better be a good reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's a good reason that it based on the play, it traumatized him because that's where the mind flayer first invaded his body as a child. And so he doesn't want to ever revisit that memory. Anyway, but now it is D-Day. It is November 6th, which is the anniversary of the day Will was taken. And I think obviously we all know Lucas's theory is right, and this is when the final battle will go down. The final attack by the Upside Down, big bads. And so in the aftermath of their little Frankenstein experiment with shocking this Demogorgon back to life, Will is now in a comatose state, trapped in Vecna's mind. Now, this had me fooled briefly, thinking that, wow, that there's some real stakes. Something bad actually happened as a result of what they did. As a result of him in episode 5 saving Max's life, taking over Vecna's body, breaking his leg. Vecna, captured him. But it didn't last long. This is some of the bad dialogue I was pointing out earlier. Lucas overacting, pretending, trying too hard to act and sound like a high schooler who's scared and freaking out, asking too many questions. He's like, "We burned out the particles. I watched them fly up the tower. I mean, you guys saw that, right? So Will should be unplugged from the hive mind. But why didn't he wake up? How did he see Max if she's with Holly? Is this real? Is Vecna messing with us again? This makes no goddamn sense."
Tune in next week when.
It was too much. It was over the top for me.
Mhm.
It's just cheesy.
Is that flat top real? I mean, you saw how horrible it was.
That flat top, that's the thing that's scaring
That thing is gonna
me.
go.
That's scaring me more than Vecna this season.
Ah,
So and this is another cheesy thing. Too many characters having sudden light bulb moments, and Robin gets one now. She's like, okay, this, she takes out a Clash album and says, "This is Will," and this Tiffany album is Holly. I don't know why she needed to illustrate this with records, but whatever. And
how is
this,
she able to find them all pertinent to each person? Just are they in alphabetical order, or I mean, how
they don't look very organized there. Like, I don't see tabs showing,
But
like,
they're all right there. It's like Max's is this one. It's not like she pulled out, like an Elvis one and said like, "Oh, this is nobody," and then
yeah, like it's a radio station, and they've got to be good at pulling out records fast and easily. But look at it; it doesn't look easy to find because there are no tabs showing alphabetical order or anything.
Yeah.
But she found them instantly. And this Kate Bush album is Max, of course.
Oh, that's funny, Daryl. That is very funny. But I'm bummed. I see what you did there.
What?
Robin was setting the record straight.
Setting the record straight. Nice, Daryl.
But I'm bummed. Tip your waitress. Try the veal.
So Robin says that Will, Holly, and Max are all in 3 disparate locations. Nice SAT word. The Squawk, the hospital, and some presently unknown place in the Upside Down. But they're all unconscious. So what happens when Vecna captures you? You go into a trance, which looks a lot like a coma. So she realizes from this, and I don't know how they didn't already figure this out, really, that this is not really a normal coma that Max is in. She's not really in a coma. She's in a trance. Just like Will, just like Holly. What if their minds are all in the same place? In Vecna's mind. Imprisoned. If Will's right, then Max and Holly are now making a prison break, because we learned that from Will in episode 5. And if they succeed, they will return to their physical bodies, and Max will come back to life. And they'll have been in Vecna's mind, literally. They'll know everything. They'll know where Will is. Now, I honestly don't know how she came to this revelation, to this epiphany. I don't know where she got this from, that they could be in Vecna's mind. That's such a weird, abstract concept for her to just suddenly think of. I don't know. I feel like they should have figured that out after these three came back, and then they're like they realized they were in his mind. How could anybody actually think of that? To me, I think that light bulb moment is a bit of a stretch. So she thinks that if any of them come out of that trance, they'll know everything. They'll know where Will is. They'll know where the kids are. They might even know what he's planning, and that's the end game. The fate of the planet may well rest in the hands of Max and Holly, is what she's saying. Now, that's overly optimistic, of course. When Max wakes up, she doesn't know everything. She doesn't have all the keys to winning in the end. But I think it will definitely help that she's been in Vecna's mind, and she'll be able to use that in the finale. She has some knowledge as a result of being in that trance, for sure. So they'd send her to the hospital to tell Lucas what she's thinking about Max, and wait and see if they can wake Max up. Mike says he'll stay with Will, and see what happens. And then we see where Will is, and we had this cool transition to where Will is, where his consciousness is, and just like Robin says, yeah, he's in Vecna's mind. And Henry approaches him, asking him if he remembers this place. There's a flashback of him as a child when he was there. So he's not. Now we have to note, he is not in the same place as the 12 captured children. Note how it looks different. This is not Dimension X / what we're now calling the Abyss, the term Dustin coined for the other world. This is not the Abyss. This is the Upside Down. You see the particles in the air. It's dark. So it was different when he captured Will. He captured him in the Upside Down. They're not. I'm glad they're not retconning it to Will was somehow in the Abyss. No, he was in the Upside Down when Vecna captured him, and so he brought Will to that place. The other kids are not there. This is the Upside Down. And he approaches him, and he turns himself into Vecna. He asks if it brings back memories, which is awful. Will has got to have PTSD from what happened to him, and he pretty much did when he came back. He tries taunting Vecna, saying Max and Holly got away, didn't they? Did the leg slow you down? Which was badass. I liked that. But Vecna says, remember, I'm the one who invited you in. And we see a flashback to young Will. He says, you were my vessel, my spy, my builder. And so this is where he tells Will that the tunnels under Hawkins that were formed in season 2 were built by Will while he was sleeping, and he was connected to the hive mind, apparently sleeping next to his mom. Once he came back, I guess she really didn't let him out of her sight. Each and every night that he slept, in his sleep, he was somehow building the tunnels, which poisoned some of their world with the Upside Down, and was like rotting the crops and stuff. And that's really weird. That's weird. I don't know how exactly that works, but whatever. Let's not think too hard about it. These special effects looked really cool. Again, I gotta say, these scenes are beautifully done. He says to Will, there is much power within you, but make no mistake, boy, they are my powers, and they are stronger than ever before. That's where he kind of hangs like a bat in a cave when he's in the Abyss. He says they're much stronger. Now at last it is time. I am so sick of this corny dialogue. He needs to stop saying it is time at last. Oh my god, enough already. It's annoying, isn't it? It's redundant at this point. We've been hearing him ramble about how at last it is time all season long, and he's hardly done shit, and he's not even as scary anymore now. No one's even died.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, on New Year's at last it'll be over with.
Yeah. That's true. So he says it's time for my vessels to lead us to a new world. And now we see a shot of his vessels in the abyss where they're trapped. And he says a better world. Too bad. Oh yeah, so Will says too bad your world will never exist now that Max has one of your vessels. Meaning Holly. So these kids, the reason he's captured these kids, from what we are to understand, is so that he can harness their psychic energy, because he says they have dormant powers like Will has, and he wants to harness their psychic energy to amplify his own powers and help draw the new world, the abyss, to Earth, and kind of bring them together, merge them. I don't know how exactly that works. How do you merge two worlds? But he's doing it. That's the plan. And that's why he needs these kids. And 12 of them. Why 12? I think it's just because it's a symbolic number. 12 apostles. He is like a godlike figure. Kind of like an antichrist.
12 hours.
12 hours in a day, and he's obsessed with time. 12 so there are 12 hands on the clock, 12 kids.
12 inches in a foot.
he's so he's so sick of humanity being obsessed with time, the construct of time, and that was a big issue with him as a kid. So, and yet he keeps saying it is time. It is time. For someone who says humanity is so obsessed with time, he seems to be obsessed with it himself.
Clearly projecting.
Seriously, like how many times does he say this? It is time.
Wait, did you say how many times?
Yeah. Time for my vessels to lead us to a new world. Time for a better world. You know, like it is time. It is time. He never shuts up.
They should play that song, that Culture Club song, the one you don't like.
Oh,
time won't give me time.
Yeah. Yeah, that would work for him. Anyway, he says that Will is going to help him. You are going to be my spy one last time. Another.
Oh, it should be a drinking game, huh?
Yeah, let's just take a drink every time Vecna says the word time, or there's some clock associated with him,
or there one last time,
or we hear clocks ticking when he shows up, or something. Every time that happens, Will says he'll never be a spy for him, but you know, who knows? You can see like the spikes on Vecna's shoulders actually kind of raise up when he says that. This is a really cool design. I like how they redesigned his character this season and made him like turbocharged, extra spiky Vecna. It looks scarier. He says to Will, the more you resist, the more this will hurt. And then he holds up his nasty claw hand in front of his face, which is genuinely scary. I found this actually, these scenes were really unsettling. So this was one of the stronger moments in season 5. This episode in particular, and seeing Will in this position was really scary. That these nasty, gnarly claws inching toward his face. And I think this is symbolic of Vecna holding Will's secrets over his head as a threat. Like, not that he's going to out him to everyone, but as long as Will holds the secret of his sexual orientation inside and lets it eat him up from the inside out, Vecna is going to use that against him and use that as a weakness to handicap Will from exercising his powers to their fullest extent. I think that's how it works. Vecna uses people's weaknesses against them. And again, his sexual orientation, being gay, is not a weakness. It's not a weakness unless he makes it one by holding it inside, keeping it secret, letting it poison his sense of self-esteem and empowerment. That is the problem. That's what was making it a weakness. And now that it's out in the open, it is no longer a weakness. And I think that this is what Vecna is doing right here is symbolic of holding this secret over his head, and threatening him with it, threatening to weaken him and hold him back, from being able to fight him. And especially this moment when Will's eyes started bleeding, yeah, it was extremely ominous of what Vecna could do to him and what he was holding over his head. Really, really unsettling scene. So yeah, I think that's the message we're supposed to take away from this scene, especially the way Will explains it during his coming out scene. How and what he explained to Joyce before that. How Vecna was going to use this against him, and that's why he needed to come clean. So let's see. Let me get back into the chat before I go on. Daryl says Holly will most likely get answers, so that's why she was taken again. I agree. Holly seems to be very smart and on point, very insightful, so I agree. Will making the tunnels was a nice answer. I thought so too. Amy says, or they have to rescue Holly and they have to do a final standoff against Vecna. Yeah, I definitely think they will.
Yeah, it's definitely coming up.
Daryl says Vecna is very much Freddy Krueger. Nancy will be the one to stop him and she will die as a dream warrior.
Oh, Dream Warriors was playing in the background. Remember? In
No way. That was the one that was playing?
Was the one, remember, it was like Patricia Arquette or whatever. She's in Dream Warriors, right?
That's so fitting.
Yeah.
On the show, they were watching Dream Warriors. And it's so fitting because there are definite parallels between that and this season with Henry's dream world in his head where he's got the kids trapped. Anyway, yeah, there's a strong parallel between him and Freddy Krueger. Agreed, Daryl. Nancy dying to save Holly. I can totally see that. Yeah, me too. Me too. I think at this point, if Max would die to save Holly, it would be too redundant. Max has already been in danger enough. It would be kind of predictable if she were to go die instead. Daryl says they set that up with Nancy staring at Holly and her not being able to do anything to save her. Yeah, I could totally see that, especially since that's her little sister. Sometimes I forget that's Nancy's sister because how many scenes have we actually ever seen them in together before this season? Even in this season, like how much time did we ever see Holly spending, with Nancy and Mike as siblings? So I often forget whose sister she even is. Yeah, I can see Nancy dying to save Holly. Doc says time is Stranger Things version of From's nightmare. Yes, with how many times they say the word, absolutely. They say nightmare like 50 million times in From. Yeah. Daryl says Steve said Vecna was a clockmaker in season 4, so him saying time a lot checks out. Yep, definitely. That grandfather clock kept popping up when people were being stalked by Vecna in season 4, which I thought was really cool. I wish they had kept that going. Doc said at least it's not like Tabitha's. No. Agreed.
Bunch of stuff in the way.
Anyway, Doc says, I want to see Doug show up next time Tabitha does that and say, I just can't take all the no's anymore, then do what he does. Yeah, the man in yellow needs to show up and be like, yeah, enough with the no-no-nos and the oh my gods. Amy says, I'd like someone to travel in time and tell Jim and Tabitha while they're fighting, shut up real loud. Same. Anyway, so back to the dream world. Holly's freaked out, worried that Henry is still out there outside the cave. And Max tells her that he knows he can't get them in there. That, don't believe what he said about how things have changed and there are other ways, that he's full of shit and he can't get them. Now, they're not just accepting their fate, though. Max says that they're staying alive until they're rescued. And she believes that 11 must have been the one who saved her and broke Vecna's leg. Because she doesn't know anything about Will and his powers. So she thinks that 11 will come save them and must know that they're there. And as for why Henry can't come in there, Max explains her theory that this prison, since it's made up of Henry's memories, including this cave, could be a memory that, for whatever reason, Henry doesn't want to face. Something traumatic. Even though there's nothing in there that looks scary. And if they're... So Holly has a really smart idea, and she says that if Max is right, maybe they can escape through that memory. Her house and Max's attic were traumatic memories too, and they led them out of Camazotz. They were supposed to anyway. So maybe Henry's memory can too. Even though it seems like it's different. Those were memories of when Max and Holly were captured. And they're like, well, Henry he couldn't have been captured by himself. But what they don't realize is this area was where he was captured here. In the play, The First Shadow, which was written by the Duffer Brothers, which is canon, they confirmed that it's canon. Henry was first invaded by the Mind Flayer as a child in this cave, which means this is where he was captured too. He was captured by the Mind Flayer in this cave. So that's where all the exits are from Henry's dream world, where people were captured by, well, in some cases, Vecna, but in this case, it was where Vecna was captured by the Mind Flayer. And really, if you have seen the play or you know anything about the play, Vecna, I think Vecna is really just a vessel for the Mind Flayer. Vecna got his powers originally from the Mind Flayer, which invaded his body. And so, if anything, it's just, he's an extension of the Mind Flayer. And so it's as if the Mind Flayer has captured Holly and Max, and not just Vecna. So yeah, this is this cave is another exit out of this dream world, because it's another place where someone was captured by the Mind Flayer, and it was Henry as a child. But sadly, most viewers of the show won't know this because we don't have access to see the play, and a lot of people aren't going to look up what happened in the play, but I did, and it definitely gives a lot of context and insight. So Holly thinks that if they search the sandy area beyond the cave, they might find an exit, because it's on the other side of the cave where Henry can't reach. He can't get to that location, because it's basically an extension of the cave area. So she wants to go out and look for an exit, and she's like, she doesn't think that Henry was bluffing when he said there's another way to get to Max. So they've got to find a way out of there before that happens. And I think she's right, but I wish we could see what the hell would have happened if that had come to fruition. What was he talking about? Now we'll never know, or maybe there's some way we'll find out later what that would have meant. I don't know. But yeah, that interesting scenes. It would have made a lot more sense if we had known what was going on with Vecna as a child, with Henry. Daryl. Oh, poor Vecna. He's just an innocent victim. Well, yeah, he was as a child, that's for sure, but now he's an evil bastard. So moving on. Gotta try to get through this a little quicker going forward. So Hopper and 11, they reunite with Mike and Joyce, having finally gotten out of the Upside Down, where they've been stuck since like the beginning of the season. I mean, I think they've been stuck since I forget if it was episode 1 or episode 2. It's been a very long time. They find Will unconscious like this. 11 says she'll try to find him in the void by going into his mind. Then we go over to Steve and Dustin in the Upside Down, and Steve asks Dustin if there's any clue in the notes on how long it takes a wormhole to collapse. He says 10 minutes, maybe 20. He thought it would be instantaneous. And so, yeah, like all of that screaming about how everyone was going to die. Well, nothing happened so far, and the wormhole didn't collapse. But maybe there's still a danger that it could, I guess. I don't know. It was a nothing burger that was overhyped. So another flaw in the writing this season. Dustin is like, as far as I see it, there are 2 possibilities. Either this is the afterlife and you and I are spirits, or Nancy didn't completely destroy the exotic matter. So that's his explanation for it. She didn't destroy it. She just, damaged it. If she did, the walls of the wormhole would have collapsed if she had really destroyed it, and they would have been sucked into oblivion. So yeah, I guess firing a shotgun into it does destroy it. Amazing. But it was very clearly disturbed, and Dustin says they have no idea what effect this will have on matter, space-time, or gravity. This whole building could very well be a unstable, defying death trap. Again, more hyperbole, more of this overhyping melodrama that doesn't turn into anything. This, like, at the very least, after he said this, we should have seen all kinds of physics defying craziness, right? Like, we should have seen, things floating in the air, and like the building, collapsing at least partially, or something, right? This is the kind of thing that frustrates me about the writing of this season. He got me all excited when he was saying all this stuff. Like, who knows what could happen? Like, this could have disrupted matter, space-time, gravity. This whole building could be a highly unstable, physics-defying death trap. And all that happens is the upper floors just melt for a few minutes and then harden, and everything's fine after that. The end. Then they get out. Then they escape in the next episode. So frustrating. Very anticlimactic. Building up our hopes for something crazy to happen. And they showed this, which was so wild looking. It looked cool, but this wasn't enough for me. I'm sorry. Like, I needed more after what Dustin just said than this really cool looking red orb and some melting walls for a few minutes. It did look awesome though. Points for the special effects. This looked really scary for Jonathan and Nancy, and everything was just melting, all gooey, and Nancy looked like she was dead for a second. They fell from that high height and didn't even get injured. Not believable at all. But okay. Don't think about it too hard. Again, don't think about things too logically in this show. gonna get frustrated. And so yeah, Nancy and Jonathan realize that they clearly didn't destroy that thing. And thankfully they're too far away from it to try to destroy it anymore, because that would have been disastrous. Now the walls started melting like crazy, and then they could not get out. The door was stuck. So things looked pretty scary for them, and this was yet another near-death fake-out that I found annoying. I thought it would have been really intense, and it would have amped up the stakes big time if Jonathan and Nancy had died for real. And back in the real world, 11 is trying to get into Will's mind. And then, this is another weakness in this season that I didn't mention earlier. I think bringing back Kali, the way that they've written Kali is really unlikable, and everything that people disliked about her in season 2, it's still there, and it's worse now. She is the worst negative Nancy, Debbie Downer, and she's a bad influence on 11. Because here she is, Little Miss Sunshine coming in. Mike was saying that they've got to find a way to get into Vecna's mind, and she comes in and says, except Jane hasn't found anything. And Hopper, I'm with him. He's like, oh boy, here comes Pollyanna to brighten everybody's day. She says 11's struggling up there, and he's like, okay, well maybe you should give her some time. But Debbie Downer says she's getting weaker, not stronger. He points out she hasn't known her very long, and she says, well, they were actually raised together, so she's known her longer than Hopper, and her name is Jane. And she's like, I'm just here to help. Yeah, right. Hopper's like, I thought you said this fight was pointless. And she's probably having trouble finding Will because you've thrown her off track. Debbie Downer then replies, she was off track when I met her because of you, because of your lies. Hopper was just protecting this child. She's completely wrong as far as I'm concerned. But she says if you really want to protect her, she needs to know the truth, and she needs to be ready to deal with what's waiting for her on the other side of this. Killing Henry won't end this. Now, I mean, she does have a point that, she says, just as you lied to Jane, you also lied to yourself. She does have a point that, and she's comically so much shorter than him. Wow. She's right that 11 is never going to have a completely normal life. That's what she's alluding to, that 11 is always going to be at risk, and those who love her and are near her are always going to be at risk too, because the government is going to completely hunt her down till the end of time, I think. I don't think there's any point where they're going to stop looking for her. She'll never be able to just live a normal life. So she'll have to be in hiding, and so will her loved ones, and so yes, it will be hard, but that doesn't mean you just throw in the towel and give up and end your life. I think she's absolutely wrong to be trying to get 11 to sacrifice her life like this. I don't think it's necessary. And 11 is a lot younger than her, or at least a bit younger than her. She's supposed to still be a minor, and she's telling this minor she should take her own life. It's just wrong. She says, I'm here to make sure this never happens again. And we later find out what she means by that she wants 11 and herself to sacrifice themselves in the hope that the government won't be able to use them to try to make more of them, more people with abilities who they can weaponize. But yeah, I can't stand her. I wish she were gone. 11 has trouble reaching Will. And then over at the hospital, Robin is yanked away by her girlfriend who needs to talk to her. And she was supposed to go see Max with Lucas. And she just kind of abandons that plan and goes off with Vicky. Vicky does bring up a serious point, though, that she needs to know. The security and military police are looking for her because she stole those benzos from the hospital. So yeah, that's a problem. And Lucas is waiting for Max to wake up, now believing that she might have crucial information about where Holly is. So he plays her song, and meanwhile, Holly is realizing there's something special about this this spyglass that she's been looking through, which she tells Max later. I think I have the stills from that, but it matches that cave where they've been hiding. That weird little shape. There's a cutout in the spyglass cap that matches it, and there's a reason for that. And Karl noticed that early in the season, and pointed that out. Like, that has to mean something, which I thought was a great catch. So meanwhile, we've got Steve and Dustin trying to find Jonathan and Nancy. Dustin yelling about how the higher they go, the more dangerous it gets, and as usual, being the chicken little here. But he's right. He is right that the upper part of the building is melting and part of it is collapsing. And Jonathan and Nancy, they can't get out of that room, so they get up on a table and just start screaming for help. I don't know why it looks like milky goo. It's very weird.
Must be a metaphor for something.
Yeah, maybe. And Joyce blames herself for Will being in this state, because it was her idea for him to go into Vecna's head again. And once again, a sweet moment with Hopper and Joyce. Their relationship has always been my favorite romantic relationship in the show. They're really sweet together. He's always been very supportive of her, and patient, waiting for her to be ready to be with him, which finally happened this season. About time.
She finally hopped on the hopper.
Yeah, she did. The way he looks at her is beautiful. He's a great actor, and you really feel the love there. And he tells her that it was not her fault, basically. Stop blaming yourself. But that's a common theme in this show, by the way. Guilt complexes. So many people have them. Keeps on recurring. Max later feels guilty because she gets out and Holly doesn't. So Mike talks to 11 about Kali having said that this won't be over even if they kill Henry, and he asks her what she's talking about, and as usual, her communication with him sucks, and she won't tell him what that meant. God forbid she ever be open with him. But after some pushing, she at least tells him that there's a lab in the Upside Down and they're restarting Papa's program. So, meaning Dr. Brenner. He's like, all right, well, then we'll just after we kill Vecna, we'll destroy the new lab and end the program. But she points out that that's unrealistic because they don't need the lab, really. They have Henry's blood in her. So if they get her, they can use her blood to make more monsters, to make more people who have powers. Not necessarily monsters like demogorgons or anything, but they can make more people with powers. At least they can try if they use her blood. They can make more Henrys. And that's why they've been planning to leave when all this is over and escape to some far off land with waterfalls. And, it sounds a bit too idealistic to get somewhere that they can't be found. But she tells him, like, this is not like one of your campaigns. You don't get to write the ending. Now maybe this could be a point in favor of the people theorizing that all of this is one of Mike's campaigns, and we're going to find out this whole thing has been a D&D campaign where he is writing the ending. I hope not. I really hope not. No, yeah. Kali is right that about all the stuff 11 just said, and their lives won't be easy having to be on the run, and 11 will be hunted probably forever, but I still don't think the answer is to just off herself. I'm sorry. Do you? Do you think she should sacrifice herself, Carl?
Absolutely not.
No.
She needs to go somewhere and live happily ever after with Mike.
Yeah.
And make little 11s.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would a little 11 be?
I don't know.
5.5?
Yeah, maybe. Daryl said Jonathan and Nancy scene was decent. Just wish I knew they broke up, right? Yeah. Hey, Justin. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great Christmas. Justin said, I am so glad I am not the only one who sees her as a Debbie Downer with basically no powers and then tries to convince Elle to do bad things to herself. Exactly. Yes. JT Moore said the Duffer Brothers should have replaced Holly by putting Erica in her storyline. Oh, yeah, that would have been good. A character we already know and like. Justin said, sorry, I was trying to watch In the Shadows, but you got me, Julie. Wait, that the play, the shadow play. Amy says her showing up in this randomly says she might be a villain in this. Yeah, she's been kind of creepy. Doesn't Kali have a creepy presence?
Absolutely.
She's
very negative.
She's unsettling. Maybe she is going to be a secret villain. That would be a cool twist.
Because there's other ways to get to you, Max.
Maybe it's her. Amy says working for Vecna, for all we know. Maybe. Daryl says Robin leaving Lucas was silly. Yes, I agree. Daryl says Holly's brain is bigger than Max's. Yeah, I mean, at times Holly had some ideas that Max has spent 2 years trapped in there, and Holly gets there on day one and she's figuring everything out. Jay says they should have just named Vicky Molly because all I see is Molly Ringwald whenever I see her. Yeah, and there was some YouTuber calling her what was that YouTuber calling Vicky, the redheaded girlfriend?
Anna of Green Gables.
That's funny. Anna of Green Gables.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, Amy says I don't trust Kali. Justin says, yeah, super sus. Justin says Kali is jealous because she has no real powers and her blood is toxic. Yeah. Jay says cum-filled walls. Oh my god. So does that represent coming to a leveled head after an orgasm for Nancy and Jonathan's relationship?
Oh, maybe that's why it's solidified, huh? The post-nut clarity.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, that's funny. Justin said Kali's blood is toxic like her personality. 100%. 100%. A little 11 baby, that would be adorable. Yeah, it would be. Hey there, Christopher Boucher. I don't know how to say that. Boucher, maybe that would be the French pronunciation. But hey, Christopher.
And how would you say it in English? Butcher?
I guess, yeah. Doja Cat is the final villain. She has legit beef with Noah, and Barb is coming back as Bielant. I don't know what's that. I don't know what that is. Welcome,
Justice for Barb.
Yeah, justice for Barb. That's funny, Christopher. Welcome. Nice to see a new name in the chat. We've been covering the show all season, and I'll be covering the finale too. And we also cover other sci-fi, horror, drama type shows on this channel. This is the kind of stuff we always like to do the most. Shows that make you think, shows that you really need to talk about and make theories about. That's what we do on this channel. So if you like that, please consider subscribing. And there's lots more where this came from. Right now, we're going to be covering Fallout Season 2, and we're just finishing covering Stranger Things and Pluribus. Anyway, we got 30 likes. Awesome. Thank you for hitting the like button. It helps people find the stream. That's much appreciated. Well, moving on, we see what Will is looking at. We got some more nasty visuals of his Vecna vision and his eyes bleeding, which is pretty nasty. So also we see Max looking through this spyglass, and Holly points out what Karl noticed earlier this season, that the cutout in that cap looks just like the mouth of the cave. It's the same shape. So Holly thinks the cap is a map that Henry made when he was young, and it'll lead them to a secret location, Henry's traumatic memory, and that will be an exit out of Camazotz, as they call it. And sure enough, as they follow that, they step into this thing. It breaks a hole into what looks like a mine shaft, and there it is. There's another exit. So that was a cool reveal. And then over at the hospital, Robin's girlfriend thinks she's on drugs because she stole those benzos, and she's going on about a dark wizard who is stealing children and putting them in a dream world. So yeah, it sounds like she's on drugs. I don't blame Vicky for thinking that. But she really doesn't have time to try to convince her anymore because the cops are after her now. So she tries to get out, but they find her and corner her. I don't remember at this moment how she got out of this, actually. Do you remember? I guess I'll have to wait and see as I go through the pictures.
How she got out of what, these MPs?
Yeah.
She just like runs away from them.
That's it? Oh, I think the Demogorgons. What am I
Yes,
saying?
She tries to run away from him, and then the
Demogorgons.
the Gorgonzolas show up.
Yeah, the Demogorgons actually save the day, and they come and intervene, and she gets away in the chaos. That's right. I'm in a lot of pain, so it's hard to kind of think straight. In fact, where's my bag, Carl?
It's like right here. I'll get it for you.
Thank you. Anyway, so then over in the melting Hawkins lab, Steve tries to get up through a hole in the ceiling with a ladder, and Dustin.
Get something for you?
Dustin stops him, and I loved this scene. This was a really strong scene. This season has a lot of weak points, but this was one of the strong moments, I thought. Dustin says, "You always try to get yourself killed, and I can't let it happen again. Stop being so selfish, please. If you go on there, you're going to die, and I can't deal with it again. You can't die because I can't deal with it again." That was heartbreaking. He was so crushed by Eddie's death, and he's even closer to Steve, if anything. so he can't handle the loss of another close friend. He's like, don't let it happen again. Please don't let it happen again. It was emotional. It was really well acted. The writing wasn't cheesy. Finally, a really strong scene. He says, not you. And then they hug. It was very sweet. And they finally stop their bickering and apologize to each other. And, enough of that. I was so tired of them at each other's throats. I like their friendship a lot. Jonathan and Nancy then have this 7-minute long scene that just really irritated me. This was another near-death fake-out. I was going on about this at the beginning of the show. This is another example of a near-death fake-out where it seems like they're about to die and then nothing happens. And because the show is too afraid to kill off anybody. They do this tropey thing, this TV trope or TV film trope where people start confessing things to each other when they think they're going to die. And she admits she hates this band he loves, The Clash. He hates reading her articles. That's actually kind of mean. She writes them. She never read this book that he loves and blah, blah, blah. You get the idea.
The worst thing she said was that she hates The Clash. That's just...
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah. So they go on and on like this with these silly little, unnecessary, insignificant confessions. And they're like, why do we do that? As in, why do we hide these things from each other? So their relationship is just built on a peck of lies, essentially. They just aren't that compatible. They don't like the same things. They don't like the same books. They don't like the same music. He's high too much. She's drunk too much. And they don't like it, and they're not a good fit. But they realize, I will say that there's this scene, while it irritated me because of the whole near-death fake-out again, and how long it is, I do think that there's something strong about the writing here. They realize that they're together because of a trauma bond, which is a really common thing. When she says, why do we do that? They kind of answer that question a few minutes later, because they say when he admits that he never applied to this college that they had been planning on going to together. And when he did that, he said he felt like he was doing something wrong by not going to school with her, because he felt like he was going against the natural order of things. They're supposed to be together because of their shared trauma. Their shared trauma is what binds them. How could anyone else possibly understand what they've been through? It's like this, he says, it's like this thing that ties us together forever. It made me feel safe. But then, they admit it can be suffocating too. So that's actually very insightful that they're able to realize this, that they're only together because of this shared trauma, and they're actually not that compatible at all. And the best thing is for them to go their separate ways. She admits that she needed space this one spring break, when they were supposed to be together. He asks if it was space to be with someone else, and she jokes that Steve's a good guy and he has better hair than him, which is true. Kind of mean to say, but that's not why. She said it wasn't like that with him. So this isn't about Steve either. She doesn't want to be with him either. They're different people. He wants 6 kids. He knows what he wants, and she doesn't. She doesn't know if she even wants kids, I guess. And so basically, there is no more love triangle. She's not going to be with Steve. She's not going to be with Jonathan. She's going to just be on her own now and be independent and try to figure out what to do next on her own. And the Duffer brothers have confirmed that that's what they wanted for her in the end. So don't get your hopes up that this means that she's going to be with Steve in the finale. It's not going to happen. That they're basically telling us this in this scene already. And I think that's actually a very mature, very anti-Hollywood way to go about things. Like, instead of the stereotypical end to the love triangle where she picks one or the other, she picks neither. This is kind of cheesy too, though. She picks herself. She's going to work on herself instead. Because that's been done before. But still, it does go against the Hollywood trope of having to pick one or the other. And she's just going to be on her own. Then we have the unproposal, which was very kind of refreshingly anti-Hollywood too. He takes out the ring and he's like, Nancy Wheeler, will you not marry me? He's like, I tried to convince myself that this would somehow fix everything, but it was just going to make things worse. That's why it's just been sitting in his pocket. Do you accept my unproposal? And she accepts. And this is where people got confused, though, about whether they broke up or not, because then they say they love each other. And it's so emotional and heartfelt, the way they say it, and the way they both tear up. So it looks like...
Maybe that's how they actually feel, like in real life,
Yeah.
And so that's what was coming across there. Because aren't they actually engaged?
Yeah, they
They're
just
actually
got
engaged,
engaged
right?
for
Yeah.
real, which is ironic.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause they just got, they just had an unproposal in the show. I think this was the right move based on this whole scene and how uncompatible they realized they are, and that they were just together because of this trauma bond. But yeah, people got really confused by this, and the Duffer Brothers had to make a post on social media saying that they actually did break up. This was a breakup scene. I can understand why people were confused. Absolutely. Because this is the way they ended the scene with their foreheads together like that is a classic couple shot that people do in romantic scenes.
Yeah, they subverted our expectations. Lame.
Yep. And then they left this ring there. I mean, it doesn't look like it's a giant rock or anything, but hey, that's a diamond, and it's a, I mean, it's not the tiniest one I've ever seen.
Yeah, why leave it behind?
Why leave it behind?
wouldn't.
That cost a lot of money.
Shit, homie. You better pick that up, cuz.
That thing cost a lot of money. They just leave it there. And that ring winds up being what makes them realize, like, hey, the white goo stopped melting and hardened, and they're saved. Yay. Another almost death fake out.
So all these inanimate objects we're losing that mean more. So Steve's car and now this ring just left there.
Yeah. Another casualty, the ring. Another inanimate object casualty, not a person.
Mm-hmm.
Now I have to point out before we leave this scene, this is another thing. They look awfully like a couple here when they embrace like that. Before I point out what I was going to say, like, they look like a couple. He has his hand on her head. They don't look like they're breaking up, but sometimes people break up amicably and lovingly. So that's what this was. But before I leave this scene, oh, by the way, this is also a beautifully shot moment right here where you had them embracing and then the camera like focused in on the ring
and
and
very gray,
blurred them out.
A very gray color, gray goop everywhere.
Yeah. Now, anyway, before I leave this scene, I've got to point this out. Let's not forget that when these two in the previous episode first got to this level of the building, they found a whole bunch of soldiers stuck in this goo, stuck dead, decomposing in the walls, decomposing, and it looked like they'd been there for a long time based on the state of their bodies. So that little table basically just saved their lives. So that same thing would have happened to them if they hadn't found something to get on top of they would have also gotten trapped in it when it hardened again. And so we have to assume that someone disturbed that exotic matter before. The military must have shot at that exotic matter orb before. So how come this, this isn't some big crazy physics defying death trap yet, like Dustin said it was supposed to be? And, the wormhole isn't collapsing yet. If this must have
happened before, yeah.
Yeah.
How unstable can it be?
And it must have happened a while ago because those bodies were really decomposed.
Yeah, those guys were looking all Vecna-y, missing their noses and stuff.
Yeah, so this is another problem with the writing. This makes me not worry at all that the wormhole is about to collapse on them any time now. I'm not the least bit worried. I don't think it's unstable at all based on what we saw with those soldiers. This already happened before, and I haven't heard anyone else talking about this. I've watched a lot of videos on Volume 2, and I haven't heard anyone else point that out. Someone must have already, those military guys must have already disturbed that exotic matter a long time before. They're decomposing in the freaking walls, which were already melted and hardened before. And what happened? Nothing. The wormhole is perfectly stable as far as we can see, and this is not a physics-defying death trap. Gravity and matter and everything are not all, time, space, and gravity and matter are not all disrupted like Dustin said they would be. So again, that just really makes this, it takes away the stakes. It takes away from the suspense of what's about to happen, don't you think?
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know why they showed us that. I think that was really stupid.
Very anticlimactic.
Yeah. They shouldn't have shown a bunch of decomposed soldiers in walls that were already melted. What the fuck? What was the point of that? What was the point? It also made it less shocking when the walls started melting on Jonathan and Nancy, because clearly we saw that had already happened before. Everything looked like it had already melted and hardened before. So I don't know. That was really stupid. I have no idea what the writers were thinking where that's concerned. No idea. Anyway, before we get to the last episode, I'm gonna check back in with the chat here. Thanks, Justin. Great catch on disturbing the hardened matter. You should clip that part of your show and make a reel. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. I've been meaning to. It's funny you say that. I've actually been meaning to clip sections of lives and make them into videos. And I've been thinking about doing it specifically for Stranger Things, because I haven't made standalone videos in a long time. And right now it's really difficult for me to get that done because of my health condition. But doing it this way by clipping lives is a lot easier than making separate videos independent of these lives. So yeah, I think I will do exactly that. Yeah, thanks for the idea. Let me check back in by scrolling up a bit before I go on. Let's see. Justin said Jay calling out the pink elephant in the room, since Jonathan, after all this time, never got laid. Right? Let's see. Christopher said Boucher, like the water boy. How was that pronounced in the water boy? Is it
Bobby Boucher?
Is it Boucher?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it is Boucher.
That's high quality H2O.
Okay, good. Well, I took French in high school and college, so I saw that and I thought, yeah, that's a French name. So I think I know how to pronounce that without butchering it. And welcome again to the chat. We're glad you're here. Daryl said Justin saved Steve's life. That was a very emotional scene. He sure did. If he hadn't stopped Steve from getting on that ladder, Steve would have been dead. I meant to point that out because Dustin, as he was telling Steve, that's too dangerous, I can't lose you, blah, blah, blah. The ladder freaking fell down a hole. It collapsed into the floor, through the floor. So Steve would have been dead. So yeah,
Yep.
Dustin saved his life. Jay says the Pulp Fiction glowing case. Max is an idiot for not sticking around and seeing the entire Henry memory all the way to the end. Yeah, agreed. Doc said, so that's why they had that stupid fight. It was set up for this. Yep, it was set up for that scene. Yeah, Doc didn't actually see episodes 6 and 7. Thanks for sticking around anyway. I I know spoilers are not something you like generally, but don't feel bad if you need to dip out. Although the biggest reveals have pretty much already happened, though. There's still more if you want to leave before we go on any further, though. Vecna goo, excited matter. Hey, Bill Chill. Daryl said, I didn't think season 5 would be this underwhelming. Yes, I agree. For anyone who's just joining us, I went on for a while at the start of this live about where I think all the biggest flaws are in season 5. I made a whole list with notes and everything. So if you want to get my take on it, you can check out the beginning of this live, which I might clip and put out as a standalone video too. I'll probably do that. Jay says Nancy is irredeemable as a character after admitting that she flushed Jonathan's weed. Yeah, that's pretty messed up, right? He has been way too big on the pot, though. I'm nothing against pot, but sometimes you can overdo it, and he's been overdoing it. Anyway, Justin, lame. She's gonna be Miss Independent. Yeah, I prefer a romantic ending. I prefer seeing someone end up with somebody, personally. I'm a romantic, what can I say? But I can understand the merit in Nancy, figuring out what she wants out of life, what she wants before she gets involved with someone else. Yes, we need more character deaths, more. Right. Justin, that's been a big flaw with this season. They really should have killed off somebody by now. Thank you for supporting Amy, Jay. Jay subscribed to Pixie Vine TV's channel. She does gaming lives, and she's doing an awesome job. So check out Amy's channel. And Jay also has a channel too, by the way. Jay, I don't know if I ever gave Jay a wrench to be able to share his link. Actually, are you're in the YouTube chat? Does Jay have a wrench?
No.
No. Okay. Let me fix that, because anybody in our community who has a channel, I give you a wrench so that you can share your channel link if you'd like. Let me see. I'm gonna do that for JT Moore here. And let us know what you're doing with your channel these days. If you're active on it right now, let us know so we can support you. Always want to support other content creators here. I'm all about that. Okay, there it is. There's Jay in the chat. So I'm going to add you as a mod just so that you can drop a link to your channel if you'd like, because only mods can do that. Anyway, the table is now part of the lore. Yeah, Bill. Hey, at least they both got on it. It wasn't like the Titanic, and they realized they can both fit on this table instead of one of them dying because
fat ass Kate Winslet.
Yeah, Kate Winslet took up the whole door floating in the ocean and let Leo die, let him drown. They could have both fit on that damn door, so at least these two didn't repeat that mistake. And Karl, you dropped off again.
Again? Why?
I don't know. Anyway,
That's weird.
Like Doc says, streaming costs money. It does indeed. It costs too much money. If you want to donate, you can do so via the methods on the banner. Those are the best methods to do it. If you're in the U.S., Cashapp or Venmo are the best ways to donate. But if you're outside the U.S., there is a Buy Me a Coffee link that Doc dropped right there. And if you're listening on the replay, in the description of this video, there are Cash App links, Cash App and Venmo. And any amount is appreciated. Really, nothing is too small, honestly. Streaming is way too pricey. I'm going to be looking into teaching myself how to use free software this year because it's just ridiculous how much it costs. And Rose Jones sent me a really kind donation via Cash App recently. So I want to say thank you to Rose, just in case she hears this. I truly appreciate it. It was very kind, and it was specifically for she wants me to try a pain management supplement that she recommended. So I'm going to definitely be looking into that, and I'm truly grateful.
Phone died, that's why.
Let's see.
Story.
Yeah. 31 likes. Thank you so much for hitting the like button. Bill said the adult spoofs of this season are going to be bananas, right? Yes, like Justin says, thank you for supporting with the likes and join the Discord. In the description of this video, you can find the Discord. We have watch parties for almost every show that I cover. We haven't been doing as many watch parties for like Stranger Things or Pluribus, but we did watch parties for Welcome to Derry every week. And now we're doing watch parties for Fallout every week when the episodes drop live. So you can also just share your ideas in the Discord and keep the conversation going. That's always fun. And we do a movie watch party sometimes too. And there is Amy's channel, Pixie Vine TV, that Doc dropped the link for. Anyway, let's get back to the breakdown here. So 11 comes out of the bath. Oh no, goes into the bath to try to find Will and bring him home. Because using her other method where she just blindfolds herself was not working. She wants to try something stronger. This is what she had to do in the beginning, and her powers have since gotten so strong that she doesn't usually need this anymore. But now they're kind of desperate. So she's trying this again. And she goes into the void to see Will, lets him know that she's there, and she needs him to show him where he is. I always love these void scenes, by the way. I think they're beautifully done. And this season is no exception. So this is another strength of season 5. I just love how these are shot. They're aesthetically so cool. The blackness of the void, the mirror image that you always see of everything that's on screen. And there's usually like a little bit of water. There's often like a slight pool of water that she's walking through too. It's really cool. I've always loved how they do this. So then a bunch of vines show up, and Will does show her where he is, trapped in these creepy vines in the Upside Down, just like in season 1. And she works on getting him free of that. And then over in Camazotz, Holly and Max go down into this what looks like a mine shaft, I think. And they see a pair of broken glasses and a pool of blood. And wonder if somebody fell. And they see that the trail of blood leads to a man who says, "How did you find me?" He points a gun at them, and he keeps saying, "He sees us. He sees us." Oh no, sorry, not him. Sorry. They say he sees us. He sees us. How does he see us? Because in other memories, nobody could see them when they were in Henry's other memories. And he says, So this little kid shows up, right? And he's like, please, mister, don't shoot. And he asks, who are you? And it's Henry. It's Henry as a child, Henry Creel. He says, I live near here. The guy asks, who sent you? He says, nobody sent me. And the guy's like, they sent you. The boy says, I was in the caves. I heard a scream. The guy yells again, they sent you. And he says, you're just confused. You need a doctor. The guy shoots him in the hand. And let me see, there's a bullet hole there. Really creepy the way this was shot. Really creepy and well done. This scene was very well done. And then the kid, shockingly, Henry, jumps and lunges, grabs at the gun, and fights the guy for the gun as if this little kid can somehow overpower a grown man. And then he grabs a rock and beats the man over the head with it. Really hard to believe that this kid could actually beat a grown man to death with a rock when he's so small. But I can only imagine that maybe he was able to do this because he already had the power of the mind flayer inside of him. I don't know.
No, because he gets the mind flare when he opens the cage.
Right. So, like, how the hell was he able to beat the man to death with a rock as a small child when this guy is armed with a gun? Like, explain that away. I don't get it. So Max then drags Holly away. They see a big pile of rocks, and that seems to be maybe blocking an exit out of Camazotz. So, or a route to an exit. And Holly's questioning, why did that man try to hurt Henry? And he was only trying to help, and she wonders, is this what made Henry bad? Max is just ignoring it, saying, look, it's over now. We've got to keep moving. But Holly's asking all the right questions. They definitely should be questioning this. They just don't really have time to be going over it now. And Holly takes another look back and sees Henry over the man's body, covered in his blood. The rock is drenched in blood. It's crazy to me that he was able to do this. I don't understand. The man had a gun, and this kid somehow got the better of him, got the jump on him, and killed him. Yeah.
That's why firearm training is so important.
Yeah. I guess so.
For your safety and everyone else's.
I mean, there clearly seemed to be something wrong with the man. He was laying down. He was sick. There was something wrong with him. Maybe he was injured in some way. I think he was injured. But so I guess that's how the kid managed to overpower him. But still,
maybe he was radiation poisoned or something.
Yeah, hard to believe, but that he still got the better of him. But Max starts digging her way out of the memory through the rocks, and she sees this is a way to an exit. You see the red glow of I guess that's part of a memory from the abyss, from Dimension X. All that red, maybe.
Check out that memory.
Nice. So she sees that that's going to be a way out, and meanwhile Holly watches Henry take the man's briefcase, open it, and it looks like some exotic matter particles start coming out. Some mind flayer particles start coming out of the suitcase. Now, we don't get to see much, so it doesn't show us a lot to go on this, but based on what I know of the play that was written by the Duffer Brothers, that's exactly what was in this briefcase. Mind flayer particles, exotic matter particles. And that's how Henry got infected with the mind flayer for the first time, got invaded. And that is why the cave is a memory that he is too traumatized to revisit. Unfortunately, most viewers won't get this because this backstory was provided in a play that most people will never have the opportunity to see in London and in New York. The First Shadow, is that what it was called? So that's unfortunate. They really should have released Henry's full backstory on Netflix as a bonus episode for everyone to see, so that this would actually make sense. Because for the life of me, I don't understand how they're going to explain this enough in the finale with only one episode left. We have a 2.5-hour finale, and that's a lot. That's a long finale, but we can count on likely a half hour of epilogue. Like every season has a very long epilogue in the season finale. And with all the action that needs to happen, it's going to be difficult to fit in time for more of Henry's backstory. So, yeah, we just got a small glimpse of it. And it's too bad that they didn't tell Henry's backstory properly within the actual show. But that is where he first got, the mind flayer inside of him. And that man, if I remember correctly from the video I watched about that play, I think that man is Dr. Brenner's father. I think that man is Dr. Brenner's father, and he also got infected with mind flayer particles and died there. So yeah. And there's a whole long story which I can't get into now, and I don't remember all the details of it now, but suffice it to say, this is where Henry first got the mind flayer inside of him, and it came from there.
Transported to the abyss. Only one person survived. Dr. Brenner's dad. He's got some mind flare junk happening in him.
Yeah, basically that was it. So anyway, Max tells Holly that the way out of Camazotz is here, and there it is. They just get the rocks out of the way and get ready to go through. Max's eyes start to flutter in the hospital bed, and her blood pressure spikes, her heart rate spikes.
And the music starts, the song that we haven't heard enough, guys.
Yep. I can hear the music right now. I can hear the music right now in my head. I can hear it.
Deal with God.
Yeah.
Change up places.
Yeah. So, and then we see Will, whose consciousness is trapped in the Upside Down with Vecna, as Vecna is, threatening him with those nasty, gnarly.
Did he say it was time?
He didn't say it was time this time. Not again. Thank God. But he's got those nasty, gnarly fingernails all dangling in his face, and Will's bleeding from the eyes, and he's got Vecna vision again. And he sees through Vecna's eyes Max in her hospital bed. So that means Vecna now knows where Max is. And I guess he didn't before. Now, because of Will, he's seen where Max is. So now that's another thing Will is blaming himself for later. And Vecna says, "Found you." So Max is not necessarily safe. Based on this, just because she's awake on the outside now, it doesn't mean she's safe. I don't think she's going to die. I'll go on the record and say, I don't think she's going to die because she's been in too much jeopardy and saved too many times. It would be redundant at this point if they kill her off. It would be predictable. If they already had their chance to kill her a bunch of times and they didn't. Anyway, 11 makes contact with Will in the void and lets her know that she's there and it's okay. I'm going to bring you home. He tells her that I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. He saw Max. He knows where she is now. And he sent them after her. And as usual, we don't get much emotion in 11's face. You know, just her eyes widen just a little bit, just a smidge.
Well, what do you want? What do you want? Oh, you want some food?
Yeah, I want to bite.
Hey, messy pants. I'm gonna get you a paper towel.
So he tells 11 he knows where she is now, and he sent them after her. They're coming for her in Hawkins. So yeah, 11 does a kind of mediocre surprised face. Her acting was Millie's acting was not on point this season. It was really subpar, if you ask me.
Telling me that body glove suit is on there too tight or something.
Yeah. And then she wakes up from the tank, and says Vecna's going to kill Max. Again, false alarm. Another fake out, near death experience. Surprise, surprise. Max does not wind up dead. So they say they've got to get to the hospital, and over at the hospital, they're about to take not Vicky, Robin away. Her girlfriend is trying to tell them that she's in withdrawal from drugs and needs to be in a hospital, not a prison, because she thinks, she's on benzos. And they're, of course, they're assholes about it and say, this is Hawkins' candy cane, not our first junkie. Then Karen Wheeler wakes up just in time. Convenient, very convenient timing. She's been hanging, barely clinging on to life after being eviscerated, and she should have been killed off if this show were actually had real stakes and made any sense. She would have been killed off in the beginning, but here she is. The power starts to go out, and Robin screams that they're all going to die. If we don't get everyone out of here right now, we are all going to die. I'm so sick of everyone saying we're all going to die. We're going to die. Everyone's going to die. So-and-so is going to die. And then no one ever fucking dies. It isn't getting annoying at this point. Like, there should be a drinking game for how many times people say someone's going to die or everyone's going to die. Exactly. And then no one dies. Again,
like everyone is backstage.
Again, this is what I mean when I say, huh? Oh, you're backstage? Okay. This is what I mean when I say that the show is chicken littling us to death. Like, they are chicken littling us to death. Like, we're all gonna die. The sky is falling. The world is gonna end. And then nothing happens. No one dies. I am so sick of it. How can we take this seriously anymore and actually believe them? The stakes don't feel real because they never actually follow through.
This is an outrage.
Anyway,
I think to make up for it, everybody should die.
Imagine if in the end,
Hopper dead, Joyce dead, 11 dead, Mike dead, Will dead, Robin dead, Anna Green Gables dead.
Imagine if that's what actually happens. Like, we've all been complaining about them being too scared to kill off anybody major for this whole series.
Everybody fucking dies.
And everyone is just dead. And no world ends. Vecna wins. He merges the worlds together. And everyone dies. That would be crazy. But that's not going to happen. Let's be real. There's no way that's going to happen.
You know how that could happen?
How?
Obviously, Callie maybe is a bad person. But say she's not. What if somehow, since her power is to make people see stuff, maybe what she's going to do is, and we're all going to get faked out. And she's going to make Vecna see that he won. And he's going to do something or go somewhere. And it's going to be a mistake. And he didn't win. And then ipso facto, vis-a-vis, ergo, Scooby-Doo,
Mm.
He
Mm.
loses,
Mm.
and he gets stuck in the upside down, or the right side up, or the sideways, or whatever.
Sideways.
Flash sideways, and he's just done.
Mm.
He gets stuck in the shadow of the statue.
In the shadow of the statue.
I wonder what lies there.
I still don't really know. I still don't really know because I haven't finished Lost. I'm embarrassed to say. Still. It's terrible. I'm still in the last season of Lost. I haven't finished it yet. I just, my life kind of went off in wild directions I never expected this year, and I was really on track to finish it, but and then
what caused that?
All kinds of wild, amazing things happened and derailed my Lost progress. But it
really? Like what? Ignore those sounds, guys.
Anyway, so I will get back to Lost and finish it once we get over this hump of the new year, and I'm not covering so many shows. I'll finally finish it. Right now, we are going to finish Pluribus this week. We're about to finish Stranger Things in the next week with the coverage of the finale. And then we'll just be covering Fallout and getting back to From Academy and story time with Doc. So I'm going to finish Lost in January. I'll make it a New Year's resolution. How about that? I'm going to finally finish Lost. I'm really going to do it. Bill said there is no finishing Lost. Yeah, I know. It seems like it's never gonna happen at this point. Shadow Skulk said y'all are adorable. Thank you. Amy said y'all are freaky. Justin said, wow, New Year's resolution, that's big. Justin said, oh, true love, unlike Nancy and Jonathan, damn it. Yeah. Jay said the right side up should require that some people are left face down.
I like that.
Yeah.
Turn of phrase.
Yeah. That's cool. Interesting. Doc said, I get a story time challenge accepted. Prepare for tales of giant monsters and city destruction. Oh, man. That would be awesome.
I wonder what, side note, what is Doc's take on Rampage? Did he ever play the game? What did he think of the movie?
Yeah, Doc, did you ever play the game or watch the movie Rampage? Karl wants to know. Okay. Let me go back up and check in with the chat again. Up a little bit higher. Let's see. Oh, Amy. Amy said, I think I have food poisoning. Feel better. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, she was having trouble with meat.
Oh. Yeah, and take care of that, Amy. Hope you feel better. JT Moore says, I do live streaming and group discussions on TV and movies. And there's his link right there. I also talk current events, and there's another link there. Awesome. Awesome, Jay. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't realize that before, and I would have plugged your channel sooner. I didn't realize you were doing all that, but awesome. And feel free to drop your link anytime. We're happy to support, and you're welcome for the wrench. Love supporting other content creators. We should all be lifting each other up and not treating YouTube like a competition, as far as I'm concerned. Justin said, yeah, not realistic, but it was theatric. Doesn't make sense with Henry beating a grown man with one hand with a rock. No, it doesn't. Let's see. Jay says the actor that plays Henry showed up for the past week of shows at the play here in New York. Oh, wow. I wish I could see the play. Justin said, "Wow, is that what happens? Amazing. Grandpa Brenner, who would have thought?" Indeed. And it's canon. The Duffer Brothers said that this is canon. The play ties in with the show. Yes, Amy, Kate Bush definitely got richer off this show. Running Up That Hill, that became a hit again. Like,
Yeah, she was running up that hill, making deals with God.
mm-hmm.
Getting them to exchange their places.
Mm-hmm.
Was that enough, or do you want half? You want half of this? Okay. Is there a half you prefer, up or down?
Whichever is lighter. Sorry, splitting a bagel right now. I didn't eat anything for a bunch of hours. Anyway,
so there's plenty of butter on there. Yeah.
Thanks. Amy says tired of the fake outs for sure. I agree. Yeah, it's like I don't mind if they don't kill off many people. I don't want a lot of deaths. I really don't. Just stop with the fake outs. Stop faking us out that everybody's gonna die. That's what's annoying me. Justin, we're all gonna die is the exact opposite of From with "Are you okay?" Yeah. Amy, if Hopper actually dies, I'd be like, well, finally. Oh man. Yeah. I mean, he almost died before.
It looks like he's gonna have a heart attack. That's how he's gonna die. He's big.
Yeah, he put on weight again.
Mm-hmm.
He was in great shape for Hellboy, and now he's all out of shape again. Justin said that would be an incredible ending, but if everybody died, oh no. and he just and Vector just wins. Mic drop ending. Oh, man. The way the ending should go. Let's see. Bill said the Rampage game was awesome and I liked the movie. Doc said I liked Rampage. It was fun. It wasn't something I really followed, but I bet there's a lot of expanded content and stuff that could make for good videos and lives. Okay. Cool. I've never seen either the movie or played the game. So,
you basically were like a King Kong or a sort of a Godzilla lookalike, and you went around smashing stuff like in the game, and like grabbing people out of their apartments and eating them and stuff. It was fun.
Wow, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
So, who would have thought anyone would actually be glad that Demogorgon showed up? But in this case, it wound up being for the good of our characters anyway. Because it shows up just in time when they're taking Robin away, the military police. So yeah, they show up and got this Demodog. It's the return of the Demodogs specifically.
What was that one's name? I forgot his name. The
Dart.
pet one.
Dart.
Dart. Yeah, but they showed him like dead, right, next to like Three Musketeers or something.
Mm-hmm.
R.I.P. Dart.
Yeah, Dart was actually kind of cute. When he was Destin's pet.
Yeah, and he paused. He didn't eat him. He stopped. He ate the Musketeers instead. So he was a good boy.
Yeah. Dustin was too smart not to realize that Dart must have been from the Upside Down a lot sooner.
Yeah, that was pretty lame-o.
Dustin's supposed to be the smartest one.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
He was missing more than teeth at that moment.
We've got this beauty showing up here, bearing all those beautiful sharp teeth. Starts charging at them. And of course, the military are not effective against them. Their guns don't work on them. They get eviscerated. Robin gets away. Robin and Vicky get away in the chaos.
Mm-hmm. Sweetie, as effective as those demi-dogs are, why not forget Vecna? Just get a bunch of those. Imagine you let those loose in Moscow. What would happen? they wouldn't be able to stop them.
Mm.
They would just terrorize the whole place, and then you just, end the Cold War that way versus whatever else they're trying to do.
Well, that's what Dr. K wants to do. And she wants to get no, she doesn't want to get them. She wants to get 11 and create a bunch more people with powers like her and unleash them
Right.
on the Soviets. The Demodogs and Demogorgons would be really effective too, though. But how do you control them?
Right.
The Soviets figured out a way in season 4. They had some Demogorgons, imprisoned there, and they would have them fight people.
Oh, that's right. I saw that in that, what was it, season 3 finale, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so the Demodogs just run right past Robin and Vicky. I don't know why they killed the soldiers, the military police, but not them. I don't really get it. They were sent by Vecna to get Max, and they killed the military police in the meantime, but they just blew right by Robin and Vicky.
It's the power of the vag.
Jeez, Carl. I just find that very odd, but whatever. More convenient writing.
Well, did you answer your own question? That he sent them to get Max. Do they know what Max looks like, or do they just know that she's a girl? So maybe my funny statement can be true, or not really. Or they know? Do the dogs know how to get somebody? Obviously, the big gorgonzolas know.
Yeah.
But do the demi-doggies know?
Well, they must, because they do.
Oh, that's right. They go looking for her, right?
Yeah, they went looking for Max, and they blew right by Robin and Vicky. So Robin says, they're not after us. Do you know another way out? And Vicky says, the basement. And so they're going to go that way. They call up to Lucas, to Max's room, and Vicky's like, can those things understand English? Vicky says no. Robin uses the loudspeaker of the hospital to tell Lucas that a demo is headed their way. Get Max out of there now.
Look at that flat top. It's just juxtaposed with those square tiles on the ceiling. It's hideous.
Yeah. It's pretty bad. It's not a well-styled flat top. They screwed it up pretty badly.
Poor Lucas.
Another flaw in season 5 I didn't mention in my list in the beginning. That flat top is egregious. It doesn't even line up on both sides. It's not symmetrical. Anyway.
That's funny. Bill Chill's like, high top, no fade. So it's not a high top fade.
Okay.
It's a high top, period.
Yeah. Right. Justin said the first time ever heard Julie East Coast accent come out, the demi-dog. Did I say it like an East Coaster?
And like I told him, you try and hide it, but it manifests itself every once in a while.
Damn it. No, I hate the East Coast accent. I hate New England accents. No. I avoided the worst of it because I was raised by my mom, who is from Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, and they talk very differently than New Englanders. So thankfully, I don't sound like a Pak the Ka in the yard kind of New Englander. Thank God.
Who wants chowder?
I avoided that. Yeah, I avoided that. Thanks, Amy. She said you sound cute, Julie. Your accent's fine. Doc said, Julie,
see that, yeah.
Do you say coffee? Coffee?
Coffee?
Coffee? No, I say
a cup of coffee.
I say coffee. Coffee. That's how I say it, not coffee. Phil said, you got your East Coast accent. Chowder.
Chowder. Who wants chowder?
Coffee.
Oh yeah, Fran Drescher. That was funny.
Yeah. She had a grating accent. Oh, Fran Drescher's accent was really bad, Amy. Anyway, Robin tells Lucas to take the elevator on the stair because the demodogs are on the stairwell. So he now that he knows Max is not really in a legit coma, she doesn't even need to be hooked up to machines to survive. She's just in a trance, put in a trance by Vecna. He disconnects her and carries her out of there. And I thought this was funny when the demi-dog comes in looking for her. It's just like it just kind of sees the empty bed. It's like, huh? It's like you almost get a vibe of confusion,
like a Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, because then you see a close up on its like weird flower petal face. Yeah, I thought that was funny. That's not the first time that's happened either. There was the scene where the demi-dog was looking for 11. It was it in season 3? Yeah, in season 3, I think they were looking for 11, and it found in the mall.
Oh, that was the big the flesh flay or
yeah,
whatever.
It was
not the mind flay, but the flesh flay mind flay. Where the tentacle grabbed the mannequin that was wearing her blouse she was wearing. Yeah.
That there was this big tentacle from the flesh mind flayer, the flesh flayer, and it was looking for 11, and it was kind of anthropomorphic, human-like in the way that it reacted when it grabbed this mannequin wearing 11's outfit, and it was like, huh? That's not her.
Did you want to see a flesh flare later?
What? Anyway, so Lucas carries Max out of the hospital, or heads out, and
and that one song was playing. What's that one song? I forget. I haven't heard it in like the last 10 seconds. What is it called?
Can't think of it. That song hasn't been because that song hasn't been drilled into everyone's heads to death or anything by this show. So then, as if by magic, Karen Wheeler happens to wake up just in time to help. Sits up like a zombie coming back to life. Rips
the
out
ultimate girl boss wakes up.
Yep. Rips out her IV. Of course, it's her and not Ted Wheeler, the dad.
Yeah, I'm sure he's probably already dead.
Nobody even cares.
He's probably already cremated in a jar, and no one gives a fuck.
Has anyone? Why has nobody asked where the dad is, if he's okay? No one has said a word about poor Ted Wheeler. No one gives a fuck.
They're like, who's Ted Wheeler? Like, oh, that's my dad.
No one even cares about Nancy, Mike, and Holly's dad.
Yeah.
Wow. They really screwed him over. Poor Ted. Justice for Ted. So
they already got his face on a fundraiser, and the motherfucker ain't even dead yet.
Yeah.
They're like, we're doing this car wash to bury Ted. It's like, he's still alive. Yeah, but you know.
Right. I think, yeah. No one has even said anything about him in not since the beginning. It's ridiculous. What an oversight. So Lucas and Max are in the elevator, and the demi-dog chases them, and this is another really unbelievable thing.
I mean, he must have been doing. Has he been doing like leg presses like every day? Is every day leg day with this motherfucker?
It seems like it.
Because check this out, guys.
Because he kicks the demi-dog. He kicks the freaking demi-dog, and it and manages to get away. Like, how the hell do you manage that? Like, this thing has the power to rip you limb from limb in a second, and he just kicks the thing.
He's
and
like Kapaya.
like he's got a black belt in karate or something, and gets away. Yeah, that was really unbelievable. I'm sorry, and I don't mean that in like a good way. Like, oh, this is unbelievable. I mean, it's not believable at all.
Yeah, Bill Chill's like, his love is strong for Max. He's like, get away from my woman.
Yeah. His love is strong for Max. Yeah. Yeah, it's strong. All right. He's got superhuman strength all of a sudden.
So he's holding her, the boombox,
Yep.
and still has enough power in the other leg to maintain his balance and kick the dog.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, the same ones that just mauled those military police to death.
No, he's pretty down. If he can do all that and not drop the radio, shit, homie. You know what I'm saying?
Right? Impressive. Really impressive. And then they get away. Now, see. Yeah, Amy, bro's strong. Bill said, "Why won't women do this for me?" Let's see. Yes, Lois Griffin is also from Rhode Island, from Family Guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Pina.
Yep.
Pina.
Anyway, Ted's in a dang coma. Yes, Amy. He's in an induced coma, and no one has even said a word about him. He's like, what's gonna happen to Dad? Is Dad okay? No one gives a fuck. Poor Ted.
They're like, your mom's over here. Oh, your dad. And they're like, oh, shut up, whatever.
Bill says nobody cares about Ted. Yeah. Yeah, Amy, she said I miss Dustin's Demogorgon baby. Dart. Yeah, Dart was really cute.
Yeah, especially when he's eating the cat, huh?
Yeah, it was really cute when he ate the family cat. That part wasn't cute. But it was cute. I will say that. Yeah, it was. It was portrayed as like a cute little pet for a while there. Anyway, so
yeah, well, it was cute at first, for sure.
It definitely was.
Mm-hmm.
It was. So Max and Holly, they find their way to the exit area of Camazotz, as they've coined the term. And they squeeze their way through these boulders somehow. These two girls managed to do that. Not really believable, but that's okay. Karen, also not believably, gets herself up out of bed. She's been barely clinging to life after what happened to her. She barely survived.
And she has enough sense to make a mental note of those oxygen tanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was like, was she like CIA or Green Beret or something? Well, how did she's like, oh, I can improvise an explosive with this oxygen tank here. I'm gonna go ahead and take that with me.
Yeah,
I was like, dang, girl,
it's far-fetched.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
come a long way from getting stabbed to death in the Incredible Hulk movie.
Right. Was she? She was stabbed to death in the Incredible Hulk.
Mm-hmm. The one with Eric Bana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Karen Team 6.
Karen Team 6. Nice, Bill.
Oh shit! Tango down.
Nice. Nice, Bill. Zombie mom Karen. Yep. Yeah. Talk. Maybe she watches a lot of action films.
Yeah, she must have been watching all of them back then in the 80s. I guess she must have paid attention to like what's that guy's name? Steve Dudikoff, the American Ninja.
Yes.
Ooh, I just dated myself.
Yes, he did. He did. Careful.
Motherfucking Dudikoff.
Yes, Amy. Dart was cute at first. He was. He was winning me over. So yeah, absolutely. Anyway, so Lucas and Max, they get down to the basement floor, I guess, with Robin and Vicky, and they run to try to get out of there, and they don't know, like they're wondering, like once again they're asking dumb questions when they should just be running, like how are they finding us? Robin's like, I don't know, but we got to get out of here. Yeah, like no shit. This is another example of some dumb dialogue in this season.
It's like they're holding the audience's hand,
Yeah,
right? Instead of just trusting the audience to, follow along. It's like show don't tell, and they're mailing it in. Is what it is.
yeah, absolutely. So anyway, they look for an exit, and there's at one door they see the demo dogs are like pounding on it, actually bending the metal, and they're hiding.
And the boombox is just fucking bumping.
Yep.
Did he make an extended version of that song? Because I didn't see him rewinding that shit.
Yeah, that's right. He kept rewinding it normally. So how?
Was that what happened in the? Oh, that's what stopped her from like coming through or something, right? He stopped it to rewind it. And she's like, "Oh, I'm lost."
It seemed like that's what may have stopped
contributed,
it.
Right? Yeah,
Contributed to her not getting out the first time. So the boombox is blasting, and Robin takes this opportunity to apologize to Vicky for lying to her for a really long time about everything going on. Maybe because maybe they're about to die and this is a trope. She says, if by some miracle we survive this, I'm going to take you to Enzo's, and so they have a cute little moment, but we don't really care, do we? I mean, I don't care. I'm glad Robin has a girlfriend and everything, but we hardly know anything about this Vicky girl, and we don't have time to get to know a new cast member in the final season. So I just wasn't interested.
Hey, well, at least she was there when Will let everybody know what's his big confession and secret.
Right. Yeah.
They also look like 20 years difference in age almost, don't they?
They do.
Robin looks like 45 in that fucking picture.
Robin, I don't know what is going on. I think she lost too much weight or something. She's too skinny. I don't know, but she looks like she's aged like 20 years since she was first introduced to the cast. I mean, Robin. I don't know what is going on, but like what happened to her? She's I believe she's 26 or 27 years old. I think 27 maybe.
Going on 48.
Yeah, man. I think she needs to maybe eat some more meals, like eat a burger.
Put the Ozempic down, girl.
Yeah. Anyway, Bill said never flip the tape over at all. Justin said this was like a scene out of Jurassic Park 1. I agree. It felt like that, didn't it?
Yeah.
All you need is a glass of water with the water vibrating.
And then you just need the demi-dogs to like turn the handle of the door and shit. Like, oh no.
Yeah. Because we even had like the scene where when you first saw the demi-dog in the hospital, it was their foot that you see first. So just like they do with the dinosaur's foot. You see that enter first, a close-up on the foot. Yeah. Bill, let's blast the music while we hide from the demi-dogs. Yeah, great idea. Jay says Karen would have blown up the whole block with those oxygen tanks because the dryer is attached to a gas line. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it would took a big chunk of the hospital down.
Right. Ah, good point. Bill, Commando, Predator, Rambo.
Yeah, those must have been the movies that she was watching.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
She's like, stick around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, damn, Enzo's take me to big boys, Shoney's, Sizzlers. Hey, I remember Shoney's. Shoney's
You
was
would remember the one that I don't even know nothing about.
yeah, Shoney's was a chain when I was a kid in the 90s. That
Oh,
we had a
yeah.
Shoney's.
I
Yeah.
know about Sizzlers, and I know about Bob's Big Boy.
I've never heard of either of those.
Excuse you?
Never heard of those. They must be maybe West Coast things. Yes.
Yeah.
Celebs are on that Ozempic right now. Yep, Amy.
Mhm.
But yeah, the cast definitely aged, so that's partly that's the main reason why they look so different, of course. Yeah, I mean, and they're playing characters who are a lot younger than they actually are. So, let's see. So, they're about to bust in the door, and then they finally do. They come charging in, looking for them, a whole pack of them. And the fucking boom box is just blaring away while they're trying to hide. And they tell Lucas he's got to shut it off, but he says that we can't. Max is coming back. Because it does seem like it's bringing her back. She's starting to wake up. And
Yeah, she's gonna be waking up in the mouth of one of them demi dogs.
yeah, yeah. Imagine if after 2 years in prison in Henry's head, if she woke up and that's where she
And
winds
she's getting
up.
digested.
She
Yeah.
wakes up in the mouth of a demi dog. That would suck. Oh my god. Yeah, she was indeed on her way out. Holly pulls her through that area with the rocks, and there they are. Where is this exactly? I think this is part of the Abyss Dimension X planet where Henry has been living, where Vecna's been living. But when we see it normally in season 5, it's not red. It's not red like
It's
this.
more like a yellowish kind of.
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure where exactly this is. We also saw this in season 4. Max confronted Vecna there before. They had they had a huge like clash in that area. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure like where this location is at. Yeah, let me know in the chat if you have a better
Is that the
grasp on it.
exit from his mind? Like it's not a real place, but it's sort of like his Abdullah Oblongata or something.
Yeah, I mean this is the location of the exit from his mind, but we've seen it before, and it's like, is this a real place, or is this in his head? Has this always been a place that's in his head?
Right.
I've got to go back and rewatch. I didn't finish my rewatch. I only rewatched seasons 1 through 3. Maybe I need to go back and look at season 4 and compare this weird red place. I'm pretty sure it was red like this, if I'm not remembering wrong. But
Okay.
but yeah, it's definitely right now. This is in his head. This is part of Henry's dream world at the moment. But I just was wondering if it represents a real place that we've seen.
All right.
And as the lyrics go by on the screen, I couldn't help but think, like, wow, this is actually really pertinent to what's about to happen, because the lyrics go, if I only could make a deal with God, I'd get him to swap our places. And what happens after this? Max gets out and Holly is trapped instead. So it's like she did somehow make a deal and swap places.
Yeah. It's like, Holly, you stay here. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Dang.
And she doesn't even adequately prepare Holly for that. For the fact that Holly's going to have to make her own way home. She doesn't explain that to her ahead of time.
Yep. Absolutely.
It's almost like she used Holly to get out of there.
And by the way, you can't come with. What?
Yeah. This kid who's supposed to be a lot younger than her.
Stay here, little girl, and find your own way out of this nightmare realm. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I'm going back to the flat top.
Yeah. And this kid who's supposed to be a lot younger than her, I think she's supposed to be 7 years old, I heard. She's almost as tall as her. What the hell?
Hey,
Look, she's almost as tall as Max. And
they
I
gotta be 10. There's no way. 7?
I heard that Scarlett said she's supposed to be 7 years old.
All right, someone tell us in the chat because we obviously failed to look this up earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
How old is Holly in that class of kids supposed to be?
And she's actually 14, I believe, in real life.
Max was not gonna miss the 90s.
Yeah. So it's almost like Max kind of uses her in a way and made a deal and swapped places with her. And,
Man.
now Vecna's got Holly in Dimension X, and I know he already had her, but it is kind of like Max and Holly switched now, and she's the one who's trapped.
Yeah.
So that sucks. But yeah, so the lyrics are very appropriate, and fans were theorizing before this season came out that maybe this song lyrics had some kind of hints about what was going to happen, that Max was going to make some sort of deal and swap places with someone. So in a way, she kind of did.
Right, but she didn't have to make a deal. She pulled the wool over a young, unexperienced young girl's eyes.
Yeah.
She's like, help me do this, help me do that. We got to do this, we got to do that, and we'll get out of here. And then later,
right,
you go over there and do your thing.
Peace out. I mean, she's a good person, and I don't think she deliberately.
Yeah.
I don't think she meant to omit all this information that she should have told Holly beforehand. That she would have to find her own way out. They wouldn't be leaving together once they got to the exit, and that it would be a lot harder for her to get home because her body is still in Vecna's clutches somewhere, probably in the Upside Down. Well, not now. We know she's not in the Upside Down. That's what Max thinks. She's actually in the Abyss, in Dimension X, the other world. Right. And Max knows that Vecna has Holly somewhere, that it's going to be a lot harder for her to get home because unlike her, like, her body is not at home. Max's body is home in her own planet on Earth. So
right in the hospital.
She should have explained all this to Holly beforehand, and she doesn't. Anyway, that leads to an overly long conversation coming up right when they get to the exit. And meanwhile, the Demodog is approaching these kids hiding, but just in time, Karen Wheeler saves the day somehow. She's been a useless, clueless, checked out, lush mother, always drunk, trying to date some young kid, and cheat on her husband, like useless. And now all of a sudden she's like super Karen in season 5. I don't get it. Where did this come from? And when she's half dead from being mauled by a Demogorgon, all of a sudden she's now the hero. I don't understand that character turn, but okay.
Maybe she did watch all those like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I don't understand that character turn.
Maybe she did watch all those Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, and she's like, "Stick around,
yeah,
get out of here."
Yeah, maybe she did.
Do you remember, Sally, when I promised to kill you last? Yeah, that's right. That's what you said. I lied.
I lied. Yeah. Yeah, she miraculously healed Amy.
Get to the chopper.
She probably binged all his movies, I guess. Bill wrote "Get to the chopper." Jinx, yeah. Yes, Amy, a normal person would have been dead. So
she's like, I eat green berets for breakfast.
Yes. I thought it was kind of funny, like throughout this season, watching the Demogorgons and the Demodogs like looking around, like when they kind of act like regular like almost like people or you
Or
know,
animals. Yeah.
yeah, because like you see them kind of looking around like, huh? You know,
Do they even have eyes? How are they visually seeing anything?
I don't know. Where are their eyeballs?
Yeah.
I have no idea. But clearly they're looking. They look. Or that maybe they're just hearing. But I don't know
Where are their ears?
where are their ears? Yeah, but they look towards the dryer where
Uh-huh.
Karen is thrown in. What is it? The oxygen tank.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Those things can be kind of heavy too, but it's no problem for her.
And look, they're all like a bunch of dogs.
They're like,
huh?
Reggie, Roro.
I find that so comical. Isn't that comical how they did that? How they went over and looked in the dryer, like, oh, a bunch of curious dogs. Like Scooby Doo. Like you expected like a little noise to come out of them.
Zoinks!
They're all
look, all three of them right there. You got it. You captured it perfectly. Yeah.
They're all looking in the dryer.
Like,
You almost kind of for a moment, when you forget that they're bloodthirsty monsters, you almost feel sorry for them because they're almost kind of cute, like looking in there.
Like, here it comes, kaboom!
They're almost cute in that moment.
Some of those toys were kind of cute, actually.
The toys.
Remember that one, that sort of stuffed animal-looking Demogorgon, and it opened its face like.
Yeah, the show released some pretty cool Stranger Things toys this season.
Yeah.
There's some toy Demogorgons I've seen. So yeah, there's the oxygen tank, and it says right there, flammable. Right on there. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
Kaboom. There they go.
I'm surprised it didn't say acne on the other side.
Right. That would be way too cliched. It's kind of hard to believe that they didn't get blown up too. These people hiding over here. But of course they're okay because
the music was playing. That's why.
Yeah. Yes. It's the magical music saving them. Everyone has plot armor in this. Everyone has bulletproof plot armor. Yes, Bill Chill. The plot armor is strong with this one. Everyone in the show has freaking plot armor. I swear to God. It's just crazy how a cast this large can have so much plot armor. Anyway, they see there is zombie Karen here to save the day. She's like, it says grunting loudly in the captions. She's grunting from pain. I know what that's like. I walk around grunting too. I can relate. I'm grunting in pain all the time. And of course I find this so cheesy. Like this, how the camera zooms in on her face. Like,
look at she's all like Mama Bear defiant, huh?
Badass Karen.
Yeah.
Cheesy, right?
Yeah, exactly. I want to talk to Vecna's manager.
Yeah. Look at her gritting her teeth, like such a badass now. Where the hell did this come from? Who is she? This is not the Karen Wheeler we've come to know for all these seasons. Why did they just reinvent her all of a sudden? I don't know. I have no idea why they did that, but yeah, I want to talk to Vecna's manager.
Yeah, show me the upside down's return policy,
Right? So, yeah, I don't understand where this came from. I don't like it doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, and Jay is right. I think that she would have blown up a lot more than just that small area where the Demogorgons
Yeah, it would have been a big ass explosion
if this were realistic.
Yeah.
See, did I miss anything else before I continue? Justin said, and Max's master plan to ditch Holly the whole time. What a bitch move. Oh, yes. Indeed. Bill said Max left Holly like, bitch, I'm out of here. Good luck with this shit. Yeah. Max was not gonna miss the 90s. JT Moore said Holly and Max are talking just to talk. No messages to send to anyone on the outside. Purposeless.
Yeah, I think that's very true.
Yep. Doc said Holly is ambiguously 9 or 10 years old, according to Google. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Third
That
shift.
makes 10 years old makes it's still off, but it makes a little more sense, you know?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It does. But she still is dressed way too young for that age. She's dressed like a 6-year-old.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
yeah. Anyway. Hey, welcome, third shift lurker. Nice to see you. They say, does that mean Max is a villain now? Yeah, Mad Max. Yeah, you could look at it that way. Like, no, I don't think so. I don't think she did this in a calculating way to use Holly on purpose. But yeah. And she feels guilty about it later. Mad Max.
Yeah.
Dustin said she actually made a deal with the devil. Max drew that map knowing she had a master plan. Yeah, I mean, that's true. She drew that map to get Holly to come out and, work with her to find an exit. So, yeah, in a way, yeah, she kind of did. 32 likes. Awesome. Please hit the like button if you happen to be listening and haven't hit that like already. Please, that would help us out, help people find the stream. Okay, and now finally the conclusion is Max and Holly.
Are you still plugged in?
No.
Okay.
Slowly walking up that hill instead of running up that hill.
You good on power?
Yeah, I'll be good enough.
Right.
So they're in this mysterious red realm, and full of all these creepy spires with the points. This is really beautifully designed, gorgeous art design and special effects this season. Impeccable. I can't fault them on any of that. I think that was firing on all cylinders. And there they are walking through it. What a beautiful shot. And the song is playing, and they see the exit for Max is over there, through like this cool part in the clouds. You see Lucas is carrying Max's body. She sees it, and another beautiful shot of the two of them looking at it. This is where she should have been like, see ya, and break into a run and get the hell out of there. Instead, she stares at it for a while, and I think a whole 7 minutes go by before she actually starts walking. Yeah. This is where she breaks the news to Holly. You can't come with me. This way leads to me, to my body, not yours. You have to find your own way. And Holly's like, how? I don't have Kate Bush. I don't even know who Kate Bush is. Max says that you don't need Kate Bush to get out of here, and turns out I don't either. Music isn't the only way back. You just need something that connects you to the real world, to home, something powerful, meaningful. Like Lucas, when he took my hand in the hospital, I could feel it right here. And she held her hand, but I could also feel it in here and touches her heart. So, and Holly's like, but I don't have a boyfriend. The poor kid. Like, Max just springs this on her at the last second. And she's like, oh, I don't have Kate Bush or a boyfriend. Like, how am I supposed to get out of here? Max says that you just need something that's special to you, that makes you feel safe. Something that gives you strength and hope.
A fucking machine gun.
What? A machine gun?
She fucking, yeah. She needs something to make her feel safe.
Oh, jeez. That would be your thing. You would hold on to.
I would, yeah.
And then you see this shot of Holly holding on to her little Holly, the heroic figure that Mike gave to her. That's on her necklace. She's always clutching it when she is scared or nervous. And Mike had told her that, that's you, when she's scared, remember that she's Holly the heroic. And Max says that she's here with you now, but she's also there with you in the real world, wherever you are. All you have to do is follow her home. Just try and remember what it is that she means to you. And then Holly thinks about it and she's like, well, she's just a toy. She doesn't really mean anything. Like, it's just a toy. I don't have a beautiful love like Lucas, and I don't have this amazing Kate Bush song. I just have this stupid little toy around my neck. But she said that Holly the heroic had divine powers. Mike told her this, and that she never gets scared. So if I ever get scared, I could just become her. But I keep trying and it never works. No matter what I do, I'm still me, the girl who needs a stupid nightlight. When my mom was attacked, I couldn't save her. I couldn't even save myself. And you see a flashback to that. I just stood there. And then when Henry attacked you, she's like, I just stood there again. There's nothing heroic about that. So once again, we have this theme of guilt. Everyone has these guilt complexes in this show. Everyone is always feeling guilty about everything. Will and Holly and Max will later feel guilty now too. And, there's a long list. Max tells her there was nothing she could do to protect anyone in those moments, and she couldn't have stopped the monsters. She reminds her of how brave she was to go out into the woods in the dream world, even though Henry said that dangerous monsters live there. She followed Max into the cave, even though she had no reason to trust her. And then when Max told her to go back to Henry, to go back into danger, she did it without hesitation. And when Max gave up, Holly didn't. Max has been there for so long and couldn't make it out, but Holly figured it out so fast. And because of her, Max gets to go home and see Lucas. So she's like, you saved me. You saved me. So Holly the heroic is not just a toy. She's you. It's a nice speech. But they have no idea how long this exit is gonna be there, and Max has been there for 2 long years. She should have told Holly all of this way the hell before now, on this long trek through those memories as they were searching for an exit. That would be the time to break this news to her and pump her up and give her this pep talk so that she could do this and handle this. So once again, this was misplaced. This is another example in this season of an event that was misplaced. I think this speech was really well written. I really liked what she said, the way she empowered Holly. And I think it should have been in the show, absolutely, but not now. Not now, and they need to be running this show has no sense of urgency in dire situations. This is not the time or the place. This is a great speech. It's necessary, but it was misplaced. And I would say the same kind of thing about Will's coming out.
Yep. They're both the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah. It's a great speech and it needed to happen. And I think Will's coming out is the same thing. Will needed to come out to his family and friends, and it should have happened, but not at that moment when they're just about to go into battle. It was misplaced. It's like the writers, they have great ideas, but they don't know how to arrange them. They don't know how to put them in the right order. And there needs to be a sense of urgency in really dangerous and dire situations. We shouldn't be made to feel like complacent, like they're safe no matter where they are. The Upside Down doesn't even feel like a scary, dangerous place anymore this season, because they're always having calm conversations and heart to hearts there now.
It used to be like toxic there.
Yeah.
You needed a mask, and now you don't.
Yeah. What happened to that? So then, I mean, I will say this. Max's speech is what, so like you could argue that, okay, maybe this speech needed to be here because the way that she empowered Holly in that moment, as a result of that, Holly's exit appeared. Holly thought about what Holly the heroic meant to her, and that's what made the exit appear, because of all the stuff Max was saying about what does this mean to you, asking her all questions about it and getting her to really reflect. But couldn't she have still planted this idea in her head before, and Holly could have, in that moment, so here's how I would have done it. Have Max give this speech before, when they're on their way and they're traveling through the different memories to find their way out. Have her do this speech and prepare her before. And then when they got to this scene, Max just says goodbye, runs for the exit when she sees hers immediately, leaving Holly on her own and scared for a moment, for at least for a few moments, but then have Holly reflect on what Max said to her and well up her courage and really think about it. And in that moment, that's when her exit would appear. All she'd have to do is just stand there and reflect for a few moments on what this meant to her, and how brave she actually is, and she can do this. And her exit would have appeared just the same. She didn't need Max there in that moment to say that. She just needed the idea to be planted in her head ahead of time. And then she could reflect, boom, done. And it would have made a hell of a lot more sense to us as the viewers. And we would have felt the urgency of the moment more, and how dangerous this situation is. The stakes are high. They've got to hurry. We don't have time to stand here and give speeches, motivational speeches right now. Well, anyway, that's how I would have done it. But yeah, Holly sees the exit and she's like, how did you know that would have worked? And Max says, I didn't. This is where she tells Holly, you still have a long journey ahead. I don't know where you're going to wake up. So again, information she should have told her before. But I figure Vecna's holding you in the upside down, which is not true. She's wrong about that anyway. But remember, the upside down, it's just like Hawkins. So find your way back to your house and hide there. We'll come and find you. And they hug. Again, we don't have time for hugging right now, but they do that. I mean, it's beautiful scenery for us to look at for a few minutes, and then they just kind of stare at each other, like when they should be running. Let's stare into each other's eyes for a while. I'll see you on the other side, and then like we've got that beautiful shot of the two exits on either side, and those two right in the center of the screen. Absolutely gorgeous. This place is vast. You can see they have a long way to run, and yet instead of running, they start by walking. Walking. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, that was ridiculous. Yeah, there they are, walking up that hill, not running. And then thank God they break into a run, like they should have done to begin with. More beautiful shots as they run through here. And this doesn't even do it justice because they're motion shots, so they're blurry, but watching it on screen is really aesthetically gorgeous.
Run up that road, run up that hill.
No, what's not gorgeous is like the faces that they had Max making on her way out, though. It's like, what is she doing with her mouth? It's like, I wanted to make Max running as the thumbnail for this video, but I just couldn't with that face. I couldn't do it. It's just making this weird face. It looks kind of like a dog sticking its head out the window and the wind is flapping its jowls around. It looks like there's wind flapping her cheeks around or something. Like, you know, like how her jaw is limp like that. That's what it looks like. And that's how the episode ends, with her running, with a really cool shot of her running like straight into the camera, at least it looks that way. So we are at the 4.5 hour mark, and I was planning on breaking down both episodes.
Wait, that's only episode 6.
That's only episode 6. I was planning on breaking down both episodes 6 and 7 in one live, but I can't do it. So we're gonna have to do another live tomorrow. It's gonna be tomorrow to break down episode 7 and discuss theories and predictions for the series finale.
Damn, now we're running up that hill.
Yeah, because I can't do marathon lives anymore. It causes me too much pain, too much physical pain. I can't do it. My pain is spiking right now. I've already been doing this too long.
No,
it's been too long. I really can't. Like, I've been doing lives that are more like 2 hours or 2.5 hours lately, and if I go past that, my pain tends to spike. But I wanted to finish out this episode, and it turns out I had a lot more to say on it than I expected I would. So, yeah, I just couldn't help myself. This is a long episode too. This episode was like an hour, and it was a little over an hour long. It was like an hour and 9 minutes if you take the credits out of it, the end credits. So there was a lot to cover. Anyway, let me check in with the chat one more time. Tiptoeing up that hill, Bill Chill. You need Paula Abdul, Madonna, or Janet Jackson. Max Jolly. Nice. Justin said Max was gaslighting Holly so much so she could cope with leaving her. Yeah. It's all my fault. The second most used line after we're all going to die. Yes. Seriously. Yes, 100%. Oh, it's redundant. They're all thinking it's their fault, and they're all like, we're all gonna die. It's annoying. Too much repetition of lines in this season. Third shift lurker. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? LOL. Yep. Amy said some of the acting from these actors are lacking this season. Yeah, the actress who plays Holly is really not so good. I won't be too harsh on a child actor, but she's not great. Max is great. Sadie Sink, who plays Max, is an amazing actress. Jay says they don't need masks anymore in the Upside Down because they don't use them on The Last of Us, which is what the Hopper and Eleven storyline is based on. Yes, I was just saying this while we were watching it. I was thinking I'm pretty sure that's why they just ditched the mask thing with Upside Down, because aesthetically it doesn't look good to not be able
purposes
to not be able to see the actors' faces. So they ditched them, just like in The Last of Us. In the video game, the characters need masks.
In the video game, it was like prominent
because of spores.
Exactly.
So, Justin, yeah, Max made Holly think of it just to jump through a worse place. It was the wrong exit. Yeah, she winds up in a terrible place. Yeah.
That's that whole frying pan fire deal, you know?
Seriously, out of the frying pan into the fire. She was better off in that like happy little Wonderland place.
Yeah.
She should have stayed in Henry's house, running around. She'd she'd still be there like baking cakes and listening to Tiffany, and she should have just stayed there. What the hell? Maybe Max is a monster drawing her out of there. Now she's in a terrible place in episode 7. Shit. Amy said Max was weird with her convo with Holly. Yeah, indeed, she was. Amy says I gotta go to bed. Night, guys. Julie, I enjoyed this. Good night, Amy. We're about to sign off too. Thanks for sticking with us this long. It's 4:14 a.m. here Central Time, and I think Amy's also in Central Time Zone. 5:15 a.m. on the East Coast. Justin is on the West Coast, so
that's the best coast.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I were there. I'd like to be on the West Coast myself. Maybe one day. Yeah, I envy you, Justin, because it's earlier there. It's early freaking 4:15. How did that happen? I did not expect to do 4.5 hours tonight. I thought I could get through this in 2 hours. If you look at my replays of my other Stranger Things lives this season, most of them are 2 to 2.5 hours. But I guess this episode just had a lot more talking points. There was a lot more that I had to say on it, and if I'm thinking about what episodes are the strongest this season, I think this is one of the stronger episodes. And it also had some of the biggest weaknesses too, so that also gives you a lot to talk about. Anyway, so with that, we're gonna say goodnight. We'll continue this tomorrow. I'm gonna shoot for starting earlier, like maybe 10 p.m. Eastern if I can pull it off. I'm gonna try. And we'll break down episode 7 and discuss theories and predictions for the finale. That one I think we'll be able to get through a lot quicker because not much happens in episode 7, and it's mostly, Will's coming out party and set up for the finale and exposition. So we can get through that pretty quickly. That's gonna also mean we're gonna have to put off doing a live on Fallout for a little bit longer. That's going to be a lot of work for me anyway. We'll catch up. We will catch up on Fallout as soon as we can, but it may have to wait until maybe next weekend or something. But we'll see, because we got to take care of the Pluribus finale on January 1st, and I'm not planning on doing a live on New Year's Eve at this time. So anyway, we got to do first things first. So we'll finish Stranger Things tomorrow. Thank you to everybody who was here tonight and participated in the conversation. Really appreciate it. It's always fun to hear your thoughts. And especially given how, I don't always plan these lives out well enough ahead of time. I appreciate that people are still showing up and hanging out with us, and I love to hear from you. So thank you so much. Thank you to the replay gang. I appreciate you so much. I see those numbers going up after the live ends. I saw the last time the numbers more than doubled. I think the numbers tripled after our last Stranger Things live last night. It went from 55 views to got 180 something, so it more than tripled.
Yeah.
So thank you so much to the replay gang. Thank you for watching even when we're not live anymore. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, and I do see that. I watch the numbers go up, and I'm grateful to you, and I always love to hear your theories in the comments, so feel free to share if you have ideas and theories. I read every comment and reply to everyone, as long as it's respectful. If it's some kind of nasty comment, then no, but I haven't gotten one of those in a long time, thankfully. Thanks, Amy. If I get up and go to the bathroom, she said my cat climbed on me wanting to come to bed. And if I get up and go to the bathroom, she'll wait on me and walk me back to the room. Aw. I love cats. I miss my cat. I gotta get her here soon. Anyway, thanks to everybody who's stuck with us and everyone who's been here through the live and the replay gang. Again, we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully around 10 p.m. Eastern, to wrap this up. Wrap up volume 2, that is. And then on New Year's Eve, we'll be doing our Fallout watch party when it drops at 3 a.m. Eastern time, episode 3 of Fallout. I will stream it live when it drops. I think it's dropping at that time. If it changes, I'll drop it whenever that is, but that's when it's coming out, I think. That'll be in the Discord if you want to watch with us and you're not in there. The Discord link is in the description of the video. And New Year's Day is the plan for when we do our Pluribus finale live with Scarlett. She will be there. Hopefully, if she's not, if she doesn't want to quit because we accidentally timed her out tonight. It's just a slip of the thumb. I didn't mean to. Anyway, I'm sure she'll understand. But anyway, that's it. That'll do it for us. Thanks, Amy, for the well wishes, and I'm gonna try to get some relief. I'm gonna work on that right now. So have a good day or a good night, everybody. Say good night, Carl.
Good night, Carl.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't